Hello.
I've yet to meet one that can outsmart bullet.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Unmute things and stand up straight. Hit the button. And there we go. We're
There we
here.
go.
Hi, everyone. Your tiredness caused you to miss one. I understand. But hey, Furry Cures, guess what? You're probably going to be awake when I stream on Sunday morning because I am in a Fortnite tournament.
Fortnite!
So yeah, I somehow got into a Fortnite tournament for furries. There's like 100 of them. A majority of them are in the States, however, so I'm not going to be able to play on my Oceania server with a low ping. I have to play with the North American East, where the ping there is absolutely terrible. So I don't get to have any of my Ultra Instinct moments like I normally do in other...
You may have to VPN it.
It's tempting. It's tempting to... because I've seen I've seen word of services like that where it's like, oh, just get like exit lag or something, and it will do like unsecured port transfers, so you have a lower input lag to the video games and such like that. Which is like I can understand, like
When
wanting to
someone
get
says
more.
unsecured, that makes me very worried.
It's a VPN, so technically speaking, it's meant to be more secured. But I'm gonna be real, I do not understand the math as to how they're like using like me connecting naturally to Final Fantasy 14 takes like 190 to 200 milliseconds of ping. I go onto a VPN, and instead of slowing down the speed because it's giving me like a committed path or what have yous, it's somehow going quicker. Like I know how networking works. Like anyone who's had to do a
Hello,
networking
Onyx.
class, hi there, Masonic. Anyone that's had to do a networking class understands that going through a VPN is going to do a network like speed issue, because instead of going through like the quickest path normally, you're going through a virtual private network, so it's going to be a very specific path in order to avoid certain hops. And it's like normally you slow down your ping and you slow down your speed and increase your ping when you do that.
I don't know,
Somehow
Grant. I just tend not to overthink it because that just hurts my dumb himbo brain.
my brain is actually getting hotter as I speak as well, weirdly enough.
I can hear the steam starting to come from your ears.
So yeah.
The engine is starting to overheat.
Yeah, you know what I should do? I should up the fan speed while I wait for Baldur's Gate 3 to load and launch and such like that. But yeah.
Oh, wait, have we played since the Magic Mirror got added?
No, actually.
No, I don't think so.
I actually just fiddled with that yesterday. I noticed the magic mirror. I'm like, oh, cool, magic mirror. I was also trying that Liu Kang-esque build that I had shown you before, Grant. It's actually not. It's actually not terrible.
Okay.
The only thing is, though, is you do miss out on spells like Fireball over Firebolt. So I'm gonna have to figure a way of being able to get access to that. Whether or not that means missing out on some levels of Monk to raise Sorcerer up to level 4 to get that, and sort of having it as a half and half on Monk and Sorcerer. Because the thing is, though, with Sorcerer, like with Draconic Sorcerer, I get that 13 bonus for AC, and with Monk, I also get an AC bonus without armor, depending on what my dex is. I believe that's how it works.
I understand half of those words, and none of it stuck in my head.
I love you too, Grant.
Yes. Oh, did you check out the TikTok I sent of like the straight white friend or whatever's?
Oh yeah. I saw that one.
I saw it. I was in the bathroom like on break, saw it, and I was like, this is like just a very, very simplified what my friendship is with code. Like, I'm not gonna give you like the sipping tea kind of nonsense like you can with the girlfriends and such like that. But like, we might not communicate for months at a time. But then it'll just be like, hey, bro, you want to get some chicken wings?
Essentially.
Yeah. Hi, Ripper. So, how's the himbo?
Just to get Grant excited for some drama, it's hey Grant, I bet I can go faster than you in Mario Kart.
Nuh-uh. That's bullshit. Donkey Kong can do it. Monkey.
Oh, you see they're going to be adding in another himbo monkey into Mario Kart 8?
What?
They're adding in the King Himbo Monkey Funky Kong into Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Funky Kong. I thought they... Nice. It is exactly who I think it is.
And there's Chunker. He's dead.
Did I tell me about the FCC robo and scam call lawsuit? No, you did not tell me about that one, Masonic.
Oh, yeah. Masonic actually mentioned that the other day in my stream. So apparently the FCC is cracking down heavily on one of the world's largest robot scam call centers.
Okay. Crazy. They could have done Chunky instead, but Sag.
Yeah, but
Oh, Max stream today.
Rip. Remember, you got to remember the song for Donkey Kong 64. And then there's Chunky. He's dead.
And there's. Oh, I know the song you're talking about. All right. I am going to do.
I can pretty much do the DK rap by heart.
Nice.
I just don't want to DMCI you just started singing.
Fair enough. All right. Multiplayer invite. Code. Wait for code to get in.
Yeah, wait for me to get in and then invite Strawberry, so I'm not taking her character and she's not taking mine.
Plus, some hardware is slower because
I am
they.
wearing your skin.
Thinking about that, couldn't you have just swapped the characters in the sessions tab if that was the case?
I could. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. What is? Yep. All right. So you've all got your characters.
Fran had a himbo moment.
Yes, I did.
Oh, and yeah, I figured out how to get Will and Karlak to fight too.
Nice. Also, congratulations. Sorry. Congratulations, Max, on your starting on stream thingamadiggy. Hope it went well.
Yes, congratulations on that.
Someone in your camp still wishes to speak to you. Ho.
That would be Gay.
Gale.
Yeah, Gay.
Hi, I'm gay. I remember that TikTok.
Hi, I'm Gay. Huh?
Huh?
Oh, I'm in now.
Nice. Hello.
Oh, there's the magic mirror.
Yep.
Mirror on the wall. Who's the handsomest magic of them all?
Yep. Alrighty. I will talk to Gale.
Hi, I'm Gay.
Oh, no, we've seen this already, haven't we?
Not sure. I think we might have cut that scene. You can skip through it if you want.
Pretty.
Next time's the charm.
Oh, because you're using the magic mirror, aren't you?
You startled me.
Strawberry.
It's miles
Yes.
away.
Uh-huh.
Is
Just
everything all
pondering
right?
what I love. Mistra commands all
Ah, there we
magic.
go. So it looks like only one of us can
Salvation.
use it at a time.
Magic is... That is why I asked you to seek me out. Then follow. Now you.
Apparently I got inspiration just then.
No idea why. I have no clue what my character is doing.
Does anyone have any clue?
I did the himbo thing of like skipping through this a little bit quickly.
Like a kind
You did a spell.
word and a kind touch at the same time. It's warm.
Well,
and
you did
comfortable.
a spell.
Excellent. Now, repeat after me. Athran Mistraril Kantrak Eo.
Oh. Well, good thing I'm not streaming at the moment, because apparently I can show my nudity.
What?
Oh yeah, you can do that.
So I think it's only based on I think it's based on
Suddenly,
what's the word I'm looking
The
for? It's
scent
based
of
on
rose
whoever's
water
got the
and a sense of well-being. A sliver of
My
weave
brain is
that
not very
tastes
smart
sweet
today.
on
I
the tongue.
don't think it ever was.
Very good. Now,
I think it's
I
viewer
want you to
based.
picture in
So
your
it's based on
mind
who's got
concept
the
of harmony, as true as you can.
the window open and has the nudity enabled.
All right, give me a second.
So-
That makes me concerned about my nudity thingamadoogies. Give me a second. Slow hard drive, dynamic crowds, bloom. Go. No, that's not my thing. Yeah, no. So I don't have the genitals, but I will have sexual content.
Grant's
Make
gonna
us
have
cover up
that.
the sexual content with your pecs.
Grant's gonna have that sexual content.
But it's all right.
He gonna be sexual.
Oh my god! I just passed that test.
Trying to decide on which head looks better with a black lower lip.
Oh, are you going for the goth?
No, just the black lower lip.
You see,
A lot
What
of
else
people
has
know
a-
that when my character gets.
the
A lot of
presence
people
of a
know that when my
woman.
character
The woman
likes
who
to
hovered over Gale's
flaunt out.
palm.
I do
There's
have that black
something
lower
more
lip
like the
sometimes.
anticipation of a kiss than the pleasure of being cloaked
The
in
gothic
peace.
dick sucking lip.
You
That's the
are
first thing that pops into my head when you're talking about like black lower lip. I'm like, that is a very goth, sexy. Like I'm like when I'm trying to imagine like black lips on someone, it's like on a goth lady.
How does it feel?
Yeah, hang on. I've got an image. I can give you a little. Don't worry, safe for work, by the way. I'm not gonna give you something that's not safe for anyone to see. Although I could,
The weave
but I won't.
connects
Just
you.
drops it in my Twitch
feels.
chat, just being like, "Oh no, I slipped this 18+ link containing my not safe for work dong." Oh, have you seen what's Mahuzi? Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Not really, but I know of it, so I know some of the references.
So Danny DeVito, the guy from Matilda, he's in
Pretty Magnum Dong.
Yes. So, because like we learned from Dennis Reynolds that he has this thing called the Dennis system. It's absolutely terrible. Do not follow the Dennis system to trying to get a girl. It's immoral. Any whoosies.
No, you gotta follow the Barney Stinson system to get the girl.
Any whoosies. So in that episode, Dennis is trying to demonstrate that he can get a girl back that he's Dennised before. It's in this episode that like Danny DeVito, who plays Frank Reynolds, his father or whatever, and he's like, his technique is like, oh, he's got a wad of $100 bills, and he's got a box of condoms or something like that, and they're at a fair or something like that, and there's it's a GIF where he's just like, he bends over and he's like, oops, it looks like I dropped my Magnum condom for my Magnum dong.
No. I find the Barney Stinson methods to be the better ones.
I'll send you the video one day.
And I'll send you the images of my my character with the black lower lip.
The weave evaporates. And as it does so, you realize the night feels suddenly cold and lonesome.
Wait, was I accidentally coming on to Gale then?
There it goes. Good night.
I'm sorry,
You
was
might
I
want to
flirting
be
with you?
you might want to be careful with that.
Fuck, I wasn't supposed to be putting the moves on Gale.
Ah, you want to hang on. Let me get out of the thing here, and then you can F8 it.
No, it's
There you go. You can reload now, so you're not putting the smooths on Gale.
Campsite. I made a mistake. I was just some reason being like,
I made a mistake.
I thought I was learning magic. I didn't think he was getting romantic with me.
You really gotta be careful. Gale will jump on anything with a pulse.
That's just so mean. Like, is this what student-teacher relationships are like when there's sexual tension? Fuck.
God, I hope not. Also, hi, Angril.
Hi,
How you
Angril.
doing in Japan? You bringing me back anything nice?
He's in Japan?
He's in Japan.
Japan?
Japan.
What part of Japan? Are you like city, central, north, east, south, west?
He sent a message on his Telegram a little while ago. He's heading off to Osaka and Kyoto on a very fast train.
Nice.
So he's in Osaka at the moment, is what he said. Oh, we're at the campsite before we went to sleep.
Yes, because my intention was at first, if there wasn't any messages or anything like that, to just do a long rest really quickly, so then that way we came in with full health and such, because we accidentally killed Lazelle with an explosion.
Right, yes. You killed Lazel with an explosion.
No, I didn't kill her with an explosion. Someone else decided to blow up all the mushrooms in the Underdark.
What?
Who could
Who
have
could
done
have
that?
done that?
Oh. My.
I love how we both
startled
said that
me.
at the same time, by the way.
Yeah,
Like, that was just
both of you
spot
front and
on.
center right now, just sort of being like, oh, I wonder who could have.
Who could have done that?
It's
Who
one of
could have-
those two, Chad. If you couldn't catch on to my camera movement trickery there, it's one of these two.
Couldn't have been one of these two. Probably one of those two.
Alright, is everything
Just
alright?
pondering what I Mr. Command, and yet magic is. That is why I asked
Just
you
remember,
to seek me out to
don't
offer you a
hit
taste
on
of such
him.
wonders. Would you like me to show you?
Can I still, like... Because I kind of want to know more of the magic shit, but... Like, is this the option that's like...
I think it just depends on what you choose from there that might sort of...
Then follow my.
Like, you can
lead.
probably choose the magic stuff, but I think it depends on where you go from there that might indicate a romantic,
Okay.
you know...
Alright, so I just need to pay attention to what he's doing and saying and shit. Because I think the first 2 or 3 things is learning how to do a spell, but then it's a conversation and a feeling with the weave.
Yeah, so you really got to be careful with it. Careful when he weaves you. You're right there, Strawberry.
I...
I just heard that son just of just like laughing.
Sorry, I had cheese go up my nose.
Cheese?
Mm-hmm.
Cheese is
What?
solid. How are you getting cheese in your nose?
Lasagna.
You feel
Why is the
something
cheese going up
strange,
your nose?
like a kind word and a kind touch at the same time. It's warm.
Don't feed your cats lasagna. They can't have it.
Now, repeat after me.
Don't listen to him. He's a so-called free thinker, John.
Eo.
Arcana. Again. You know what? I'm just gonna take this crit failure and see what happens.
No, I'm sorry, but it looks like magic.
Everything
In
blows
any
up.
case, don't blame yourself. Good night.
There you go. You got your inspiration for it, and I didn't put the moves on Gale, so we can
Alright.
go to
Dale
sleep
really
happy.
just said,
I'm still just currently in the middle of fixing up my character a little bit.
Alrighty.
I'm not sure if I
Dale
should
really
add
just
on
said,
the
"Damn,
bigger
doesn't
horns.
seem like my problem.
Speak quickly.
Because I don't much like any of the larger horns, because you can't really color them differently.
It is a certainty. I had assumed our parasites served a Geich elder.
I think that needs
But
to be
I
something
believe they serve
that
a greater master still.
that L'Oreal needs to add in later on, is being able to color the horns differently. Although I don't mind that.
Perhaps. Absolute may be a mere pseudonym behind which this
Sonic
master
bloodline.
hides. Whatever this voice, whomever this master, it dominates dreams and unites minds.
Anyone here deal 22 damage?
Yes, incredible.
Feel tiny.
It starts with a fever.
Not likely.
and memory
Not at this
loss.
level.
Then you start to hallucinate. Your hair falls out, and you bleed from every orifice. Your bones will change form. Your jaw will split to allow room for 4 great tentacles. All skin will turn to gore and be
that one looks
shed
better.
to reveal new flesh underneath.
If I have to go with horns, that one
Then
looks
you
better.
have ceased to exist. And
And then I got my nice black lower lip. So that way when I'm sexing up Halson, I can sort of be all like,
Because I do not intend to let this happen. Not to me, and if you stick
so
with me,
I was looking
not
at
to
something.
you.
Apparently we can't
We
get
must find my
Halson
kind and be rid
into
of
the party
parasite.
until
It's
chapter
as simple
2.
as that.
Alright.
The first symptoms should have long since started, though.
You made your hair nice
That
and
is
pink.
what puzzles me.
That's really
Yes,
good.
if you give it no further thought. But besides, what hasn't
Ah,
happened
you got the
may
lockpick.
yet come to pass.
Oh, you...
Done. Alright, I'll try one more time with the Thieves' Tools.
I kind of stole it.
From who?
I don't remember it. It was just in my chest.
God damn it! I will open you!
Do you want me to have a try?
If you
Yeah,
want.
you have a try. You have a try.
GrantZeebs is a cutie.
Oh, he fucking opens it.
I got +4 to dexterity.
What's in here?
Dibs.
It was just money, really?
Yep.
Also, I've just noticed this chest is floating, by the way.
All the chests. This one is.
Oh, they are. I guess I couldn't sit them all properly.
Oh yeah, don't ask about my chest. It's my patron. Warlock magic.
Oh, hang on, that's not.
Oh, I fixed it.
Furry Cures
Alright, well, I'm ready for sleepies when everyone else is ready for...
paid me
Ooh,
to say
damn,
go suck a lemon.
Halson, your butt be thick.
Alright, so
You got a caked ass.
and then...
Sorry, I mean, I'm not perving on Halson's ass. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's head to bed. Let's get some sleepies.
Let's get some beauty rest.
Alright, so we're having a garlic, a spicy pork sausage, butter buns, rope more sausage, potato, an apple, and some cheese.
You heard nothing, Furry Cures.
Hey, apple.
An apple.
Gotta go to the bloody dentist tomorrow. I got a little hole around. I got a little hole around where the gum is forming on my new wisdom tooth that grew in. It's leaving me a little bit worried, so I want to go in and get it checked.
Fair enough.
It could just be that the gum's just forming over, so it might be nothing at all. But yeah, I am a little bit sort of like.
Okay.
Also, did you want to drop Lae'zel for, your mummy demon?
Yep.
Chook. You believe you can survive as you.
Yes. Has taken alchemy pouch from Lae'zel, camp supplies, keychain from Lae'zel. Oh, okay, so we now grab their shit.
That
garlic.
contraption's a hot ticket item. Might not be our last scrap for its sake.
Hey.
Da-da-da-da.
Hey, don't you hit on my druid daddy.
Hey, soldier.
Oh, what?
We got some infernal metal.
Damon
Or
told us to look
fireball,
out for this
bitch.
stuff, right? Let's go find him.
Well, you know what?
What?
How can you fight me? If you can't even fight yourself.
His tail wags enthusiastically.
I will
Prepare
launch
them.
a fireball. I don't care if the dog's in the way. I will roast you.
Scratch his tongue.
Please don't. I
lolls
only
out
just quick
happily,
saved
his
after
tail
the.
wagging even faster.
Fine, I'll stop.
Alright. Oh my
I swear to
god, why
God.
is my chest exposed? Like, look, underneath.
It's because of the armor you're wearing. What? I thought you loved having your chesticles out for everyone to see.
Okay, Karlak, we need to level you up. Yay, level 5 barbarian, which means she gets an extra attack.
I mean, look, see? Grant your chesticles out for everyone to see.
She gets an extra attack. Her movement is increased by 3 meters. Gosh darn it, thank you for the 69 bits to make me extra himbo. Alrighty.
You're welcome.
We're exiting the
See?
camp.
Oh yeah, so we gotta go back to the Dwarven Glade.
The where?
The Dwarven Glade. Oh, not the Dwarven, the Druid's Glade. That one.
Oh,
Shut up.
Did they all go back there?
No, because you want to go to the Druid's Glade for Karlak's quest.
Do we have to go there immediately?
Well, if you want to do Karlak's quest and get some hot mummy points with her, probably a good idea.
We'll just...
Plus, there's something I want to grab here anyway.
These creatures did battle with Dwergar.
I'm hoping it's still here because there's a character that I think leaves at a certain point. So I want to get here, and I'm going back just to grab the items. So I will return. Also, I just noticed on your end, Karlak's picture is black.
Yeah, I don't understand that one.
Okay, I'm hoping that she's still here.
A lot of dead peeps here.
Mushy.
She still, come on, still be here, 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 still be here. Ah, darn it! I don't think she's here anymore.
Oops.
Oh, there's a. Oh, none of the tieflings are here anymore.
Yeah, because like we did the Whatsamahuzi quest. That's why I was like kind of confused about whether or not they would be back there.
Oh, I thought they would still be there for a little while. So where are they now? They're all in Baldur's Gate, are they?
They're on their way to Baldur's Gate. So, but I don't know where exactly. Short Sword of the First Blood. Excuse me?
This one had a shovel.
Deals an additional 1d8 piercing damage to targets that still have all their hit points. Interesting.
Hang on, I'm coming to you. Oops, shit, can't reach you from there. So where the
I found a shovel on that one. You get a cool sword, I get a shovel.
Yep.
Hang on,
Sounds
one second.
fair.
I've lost you guys. Hang on, I gotta make my way back over slowly. I found you, so I just gotta make my way back over. So just wait. By the way, you haven't leveled up Karlak.
What?
I'd love to, thanks.
Maybe that's
she got
why
an
the
inspiration.
thing
So she could level up.
Yep. There we go, and then accept. Yep, there we go. Now her sign is back.
Still alive. So that's progress.
Wait.
So it looks to be a sort of mining camp.
To keep going.
Not a
Is
mine.
it so it's a
It's a
camp for
tomb.
miners.
Miners with an E.
Yes. Oh, there's a dead Droga. You missed it. Oh no, nothing on the dead Droga.
We've been checking them out as we've been going through. So, and we've already gone.
Oh, I figured out how to make potions of animal speak, by the way.
Oh, nice! Is it like an... Where is it?
So I can make it. Hang on, let me just boop. Alchemy. So I need salts. So what I do is I extract all ingredients. Okay. Potion. No, we need a specific item that only grows here in the Underdark. I know what it's called. I've just got to find it.
A spore. A lump of flesh?
Nope, none of those. It's I'll know it when I see the name. It's one of those I know it when I'll see it.
Radio.
Look at some mushy folks up ahead.
You were swallowed by a chorus of turbulent music.
Mushroom dance.
Through one
Mushroom
creature, so
dance.
many voices.
Whatever could it
The
mean?
harmony of an entire collective.
There's funky business going off right now.
Sovereign, he has come. He is here.
You know, I kind of want to make either a herpes joke or a clickers joke, but I don't think either one are going to be really good for this situation.
They won't click.
Commanding.
Ah, well done.
Sovereign.
You
These
see a
people seem
vision.
chill.
Your lifeless body wrapped in fungal tendrils. The Sovereign is threatening you.
Oh, god damn it.
Your purpose.
Alright. Yeah, I can do I get wisdom in it, and I get an insight bonus, so this is probably a good one to do.
Don't forget, we can also allow chat to vote too.
You detect.
Oh yeah,
a
do I have the
distinct
extension
quiver in
on
every
is the
note.
question.
Yeah,
These
you do.
creatures have experienced recent tragedy.
Nice.
Durkum a durkum.
Let's see. So I just clicked the thing right there.
Oh, hey, you unlocked it. Unlock that one.
Yeah.
Alright, chat, you guys also get to vote too, don't forget.
Yay! What does it look like on my screen?
So if you're on PC, hover over the screen, go to the left-hand side, or just in the center, you'll see vote for dialogue option. So make sure you activate the extension on your screen as well.
Yep, I can see it. I can click on things.
See, so if you vote on it,
Yep, so it looks like a majority are saying, I sense your fear. I've come to aid you.
Fungal roots weave through your mind, seeking your true intent. Then the Sovereign drones a new melody, cautious but welcoming.
Nice.
Descend to me. Let us speak in flesh.
The persistent music coaxes you forward. The Sovereign expects you.
Alright.
Mushroom dance. Mushroom dance. Whatever could it mean? Means you've lived a life of sin.
The Ebon Grotto. That's a...
Fungus and mold glaze the grotesque creature's face and body. A voice drifts
Okay,
into
there's
your
some living
mind
people
as you
here.
gaze upon the
Yeah, but they're being taken over by the green.
This one.
So...
No, some actual living people.
Oh! Alright, well, we need to find a particular one.
Can you describe him?
They just say, like, go deeper. So there's not much of an indicator of, like...
Oh, it might be up there where the giant glowy light is. Oh, there he is. Sovereign Spore.
Oh, where is he? Up top?
At the top, yeah.
Alrighty then. Hey, I found a waypoint.
This chick's got wares too.
Oh, sweet. I can sell things when I remember I need to. Blurg is a trader as well up here.
I'm just checking this chickie boo. Chick
You're
chicky
a
boo,
welcome
chick chicky boo,
sight,
chick chicky boo.
but let us observe
Oh,
the
she's got a
customs
ring
of
of
the
jumping.
locals.
Nice.
The scholar's brow tenses. His voice spills into your skull, the spores connecting mind to mind.
Blood.
Elixirs of fire resistance. Ooh, holy water, that can come in handy. I'll grab those.
Or perhaps
There's also
not.
some alchemy fire as well for anyone
Your
that
mind
wants
is
it.
far more complex than that of the fungi.
Never heard of the Society of
Ah,
Guardians.
found him.
We are small in number and rarely stay in one place for long. My colleagues and I are working to improve conditions in the Underdark. It's curious.
I found the item I need to
find a
craft
surface dweller
animal
here.
potions.
What has brought you down so deep? Truly remarkable. But why come to
Also,
the
I found a
Underdark,
potion of animal
where they
speak.
hold so
Nice.
much power?
I'm about to tell Blurg here our entire story.
You were infected by an illithid
Your entire
tadpole?
backstory.
Yeah.
It's a miracle you're still intact.
Thankfully, we don't have to
Always
wait
be worried
long
sick,
for him
but
to come
have
to
no
terms.
fear. I have a friend who may be able to assist.
Let's call him the best boy.
I hope this is important, Blurg. My Zerkwood samples need constant attention.
Jeez, I got a lot of
It
weapons
is.
here I gotta get rid of.
This adventurer has an illithid
Rotten
tadpole
eggs,
inside
you.
his head, but he hasn't turned.
No ceremorphosis. That's impossible,
Oh.
but intriguing.
What is
Are
that
you
doing
looking to
there?
have it
It's the best boy.
Omelium?
I have broken free from the Elder Brain's yoke. I no longer serve the grand design. I ask that you refrain from violence, while I respect that your opinion of my kind may not change.
Violence is still in the back of my mind right now. What is the grand design?
Collective quest to eliminate the Gith and enslave all other humanoids. If that settles matters for the time being, would you like a diagnosis?
Yes, please.
Open your mind to me. Let us see what lurks within.
I'm just gonna quick save in case this is a problem. Ripper's just like, well, I'm not voting for him. Sure, we're not gonna vote for the mind flayer in politics, okay?
This is yours.
Thankfully, this isn't politics. This is
Pulses with
Baldur's
power.
Gate.
It feels 10 times.
There's no
its size.
politics in
Alive.
D&D.
Awake. Almost smug.
This is most unusual. The incubation period should be complete, as should your transformation.
Quick sippies.
But the lava is infused with strange magic. It appears to be in some form of stasis.
Can you what happens if that stasis goes away?
I can only theorize, but I suspect your transformation would be both agonizing and instantaneous.
Fucking
I thought
great.
it was always agonizing, Aurelium.
Well, yes, but that wasn't my point.
It was more agonizing than normal. Can you extract him?
No. It appears to be shielded from physical and magical influence. And even without the shield, the extraction would involve severe cranial trauma.
Fun?
Yeah, that doesn't sound ideal.
It is not ideal. The process would surely kill you.
Well, we should know that
But
before you let
not to
Vola
worry.
poke in your mind.
Should
Well,
you
I got a cool
transform,
glass eye for it,
I
so...
will happily perform a new examination.
Um...
A nautiloid? Fascinating. I have never set foot on one myself.
Oh.
They were our warships during the greatest eras of the Illithid Empire. We ruled the entire astral plane from their decks. The design
Crazy.
was lost when the Gith rebelled and ended our dominion.
Well, glad we didn't bring Lae'zel with us.
Of course.
She probably would have been very quick to
I am
kill him,
sorry I
too.
cannot assist you in its...
Or she
I
would be
wonder if-
very mad about the fact that we can't get rid of it.
I have an idea.
Oh, perhaps I should start taking notes.
There may be a way to bypass that stasis. There are many alchemical substances that can influence the mind.
Nope. Nope.
You want some THC?
Isn't the stasis why the tadpole hasn't killed
I
me?
intend to shatter its protection. I need only bypass the interference that prevents me from communicating with the lava.
Oh, okay. Alright, so good news. They're not gonna break it, they just want to get in.
A tincture distilled from a collection of rare mushrooms. They have subtle psionic influence.
Ooh.
I would require a fresh tongue of madness and Timisk spores. But be warned, in their natural state, both of these mushrooms can be quite dangerous. Timisks cause confusion in those that approach them. The tongue is self-explanatory.
I feel like it's gonna be like it's like when you talk about the penis fish and how it swims up like streams to get into your dick. The tongue
yeah.
mushroom, I feel like, is like, oh yeah, it's gonna jump up and, you know, get in your mouth. Hi there, Caramend. You came in at a weird time.
The Underdark,
Yeah,
of
we're
course,
talking about stuff.
Although they are
Yes,
quite rare.
we're talking about illicit drugs.
Perilous.
What a time to follow indeed, Ripper.
I imagine Lenore would have them in her possession. She served Mistra as a cleric.
Nice. Where does she
The
live?
southwest when I last saw her, although her tower does have a tendency to move.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, her tower?
It moves? Wait, why were you concerned about a tower in the Underdark, and I'm concerned about the fact it moves? Ah! You know, as a moderator, you have that as like a command, right?
I know, but I don't want to go abusing it.
Okay, fair enough.
Being nice. I can abuse it if you'd like.
May your
No.
travels be safe and swift.
Don't be rash.
I'm not sure if it's that one or another one of the mind flayers. You can actually bonk.
Oh, bone, you mean? Like, bonk is like, you know, whack and such. Bone is what you're thinking of. Alright, so where's
Yes
the...
and no.
Oh yeah, that's the sovereign one.
The sovereign's thick fingers
Alright,
stroke
so
the corpse
yay!
at
I've
its
got
feet.
now the potion of
A
speaking.
droning melody greets you.
Nice work.
As the creature turns its gaze.
I've made 2
to
potions
you.
of animal speak.
I'm helping the lady.
Stalker, I show you a memory. Watch and listen.
A violent vision grips you. Dwergar, dark dwarves chopping myconid remains.
They broke.
Oh, they have the amulet thingy-majiggy on.
The sovereign's song slows to the pace of a dirge. It is still in mourning.
We laid waste to many, but intruders remain. Lakewood.
The sovereign's song
They sound like
haunts
Ents.
as it measures your worth.
I sense your resolve. You will find Dwergar invaders near Lake's Edge. Cleanse the rot. Destroy them.
Very much like Ents from Lord of the
Dwergar
Rings.
invaders, huh? I'd like to hear their side of the story first, but all right.
Why did they attack?
Circles swirl into familiar shapes. Gnomes in mining gear, chased by Dwergar.
The Dwergar seek a gnome. It is a guest.
Huh.
The sovereign
you harbor a
says
fugitive.
nothing, but you hear appreciation in its song.
I can help though.
An illusion comes over you. A Dwergar choking on a cloud of gleaming dust.
Accept this gift. It will help you exterminate.
Cool. Oh no, an actual gift, not the memory. Okay.
The sovereign gifts you one more vision. A wall of vines parting to reveal glowing light.
Riches of magic and mind.
Yeah.
Cleanse.
Hey, nice.
And they
Karam.
are yours.
How do I say your name, by the by? Karamend? Is that how I say it?
We will await
I think
word.
I'm saying that correctly. Leave. I'm not gonna talk to them about corpses. That's a recipe for, you know, just pissing them off.
I'm now suddenly talking to a very fat mushroom guy.
Oh, yeah. Have fun with your new follower code.
Hey, noble endeavors.
Is this a bad thing? Should I be worried about this thing?
Oh, I gotta check your conversation.
God destroyed my people. I am a sovereign with no circle. This circle does not welcome me.
Oh, I was talking to a different sovereign.
I have heard the song. You mean to cleanse the Dwergar rot. I mean to join you.
Nice. Can you make
Should we
yourself...
let him join?
I would say, can you make yourself useful?
In death, your foe becomes your ally. I will raise it. You may command it.
That would be useful.
I am the danger. And
I was waiting for a very Walter White moment just then.
No. I am the danger. I'm the one who knocks.
I will erase theirs.
Yeah. Also,
Alright, let him join.
Remain in
Max says it's the chunky boy.
and I will follow. We cleanse the rot together.
Nice. So we
Okay,
got
so I'm
another
guessing
fat man
he's-
in the party.
He's gonna follow. He's gonna follow me, I'm guessing, whenever I'm in the Underdark.
Nice.
I got potions of speak, remember?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just...
Cause I have the damn it, I can't remember that song.
Cause I have $30,000 in credit.
$1,000 in credit card debt.
They...
When they call, I tell them I can't pay it back yet. Credit card debt. Tomorrow I may buy myself a dining room set, or this Boba Fett.
A deep hole.
Even with your keen eyesight, the hole below
I'll put you in a
soon
deep
plummets
hole.
into an abyss of impossible
By that I mean a
darkness.
grave 6 feet under. Ha 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 ha.
Your call echoes as it plunges downward, before gradually fading away.
Alright, so it's just a hole. Oh, there were some corpses. Back this way. We can use them.
Oh, you want Dingo to raise them, do you?
Yeah. It'd help, wouldn't it?
Probably.
I think it's only one at a time.
No, it's gotta be more. What use is a sovereign if it's only one corpse at a time? Like, look.
Let's see if he'll do it. Let's see.
He's under your command,
animated
so...
spores.
Silence.
Nice. Try this one.
Alright.
That guy looks intimidating.
Nope, that's a
Alright, well, there's another one over...
So, it can't do any mushroom creatures. It can only...
There's two more over here. There's a few corpses. Like, let's be real. If there isn't a limit, we're going corpse hunting.
Hang on. I gotta come over here with you, because, you know, I'm far behind. It doesn't bring him back with full health, though.
Well, that's fine. I mean, like, that's why we want to get more of them. If it'll let us have more of them.
Let's see. Nah, one dies for the other.
Alright, alright, let's go for a let's not go for a gnome then, because the gnomes are weak. So we'll go for... Here's a Here's a dark dwarf over here.
There's a dweger up here.
Okay, found him.
What was the button for, like, being able to, like, ping shit again?
I think it's alt right click.
Alt.
Yeah.
Yeah, alt right click.
Alrighty then. There we go.
There we go. That's a bit better.
Yeah, he's a little bit better. He's not the strongest. Like, weirdly enough, the first guy we got was strong, but it's annoying that they're like, oh, you wouldn't make more than one corpse, would you? In which case, the question is, why would you think we'd stop at one? No necromancer in story would just stop at just one corpse. That's ridiculous.
Better be cautious. Best be on my way.
Looks like an ambush.
Oops.
Oh, what? Apparently I was found out.
Got someone sneaking up on us.
If everyone else minds
Third in a combo.
what do we have here?
I got found by someone, apparently.
Yeah, a number of us have. Question is...
And I think because we had our very rotten friend, that didn't help us much.
Hmm.
Be conquered.
Oh, great. One of them can reanimate corpses.
That is a bit of a problem.
I wonder if it can dip it on itself to do spores. Nope, doesn't look like it.
Hmm. That was an explosion.
I didn't know. That's why I got
I'm
found. I
going
didn't...
to One of these ones.
Nice. Oh, he's got a lot of spells.
Oh, you switched over to a rogue or something, have you? Oh no, you just got hunted, Mark. That's what happened. I wonder, can we? Nope, target must be dead. Okay, just checking. Target must be prone. Fist. Not enough movement.
I can't get to that guy while everyone's standing there.
Yeah, I was gonna say chunky cheeks in the way.
Alright, let's see. Rage makes me tough. It's bonus action nonsense, however. Alright. I'm gonna use the rage just so I can get a start. And I'm gonna go with this guy here.
Wait, who are you calling Chunky Cheeks, by the way? You referring to me?
Needs
Oh, okay.
18 to hit. They rolled an 11. Oh, damn, that guy has a high defense.
If I was referring to you, I'd say blue chunky cheeks.
There we go.
Die, so your card.
Not good. Alright, another reanimated corpse doing its thing.
And there's Gelt Cole. Oh, great. Fucking reanimated corpses.
How much health? Oh, 22. Yep, so they got a bit. Yeah.
Whose smart idea was that to reanimate the dead?
Whose smart idea was it to stand in fire?
Look, I never said I was an intelligent human being. I just said I was a human being.
Is it wizard time?
I mean, yeah, fireball might be a little bit overkill.
I think it's worthwhile for 14 damage.
Nah, fuck it.
Fireball! See? Alright, so where's this Garmore fella?
How am I still
Retreat
silenced?
safely, jump no longer.
There we go.
Oh, okay, I got this guy.
And then... dash.
Light on my feet.
I got this.
Nice. Critical hit that. He's 1 health away. Oh, shove. There we go.
It didn't
Damn it, I was gonna
die.
hit one of them. I was gonna hit one of them.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, how does Karlak still burn if she's on fire already? Shouldn't she be immune to fire?
Oh no. Hi there,
He has
Arya. Welcome to
resistance.
the stream. I reject to being the cutest Zeebs ever. It's impossible for me to be cute. It's pure fiction. Alright, whose turn are we waiting on?
I'm just thinking what I'm gonna do.
Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. What's the...
Now we're just waiting for the corpses to do their thing.
Mm-hmm. Slamming into it. Alright, so reanimated corpse over there, and right next to him is Gek.
I think... You know what? Could throw a fireball, but it's not enough to hit both of them. Probably a bit of a waste. I'll firebolt this thing.
Yep, easy damage.
Now you can run. Now you can run past it if you need to.
Nice. Alrighty.
I'll move myself over here out of the way so everyone else can come through.
Cool. Sounds good. Karlak is kind of in the way, I realized.
Just in case anyone needs to jump down.
Noted. Wait, am I silent still? Oh no, I got a blindness. Yeah, he's just making us blind, the Nimmy.
Oh, I hate that dude so much.
Oh, look at him, like... Alright.
Now he's behind us.
Nope. Yep, that's a problem.
So you can attack him? Please don't shove him, because I need it.
Fair enough.
Attack on him.
Yeah, I can't get to him from where I am, unless...
Much go.
I'm moving Mushy out of the way.
Oh no, I meant like he could attack.
Oh. Well, I moved him out of the way anyway, so that way we can get everyone else in there, because I don't want to risk him fighting and losing him, because we can use him for reanimating corpses.
Aye, aye.
Yep.
Swing, bada bada!
Oof, that's a 1.
Nice.
Okay, then this.
Nice.
27 damage. I think that's how much it was. Hang on a second.
I didn't even see where he launched to.
You
went all
Eldritch
the way
Blast
down
him.
there.
You hit him for 7 damage, and then it was additional 9, and then he received 27 from falling.
Oh, there he is. He is all the way on the ground level.
Yeah, he's a long ways down. That was a good hit. And Cookie for Aria Soul Song. Sorry if the audio is bit munchy. Nice, he's dead. Alrighty.
I'll get myself out of the way a little bit there. That should be enough space for people to get around my fat ass.
Did you give me Featherfall? No, you didn't. Okay.
I did give you Featherfall.
You gave...
Yeah, you've got Featherfall.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, and now Carly has Featherfall as well.
Has Featherfall.
Yes. Also, thank you for the pet dance.
Given there's a lot of jumping areas around here, probably not a bad idea to have.
Not a bad idea at all. Alrighty, so jumping is a bonus action.
Yeah, I don't see any more dead we can use here.
Jump no longer uses a bonus action. Alright, so dash.
Need to find a way forward.
Oh, I forgot about this.
And then... What? 3 Oh, I don't have enough movements. God damn it.
Resurrected a new one, because our other one took too much damage.
Alright, can I jump? Oh, yes! Oh, yes, I can just jump right down there.
Aren't you glad I gave you Featherfall?
I really wish I could... The hell did you shoot?
Eldritch Blast.
You just... What did you Eldritch Blast is the question.
The Necromancer that was down on the ground.
The dude was prone.
Oh, it's a reanimated corpse now. Okay. Oh, I jumped at the reanimated corpse. That's what I... Whoops, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, he's over here. He's dead.
We got another guy that's invisible, by the way, so...
I don't know where he is.
Once he's in range of you, you should be able to see him.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you Enhanced Leap as well.
Nice.
Oh, he's coming up the thing. Wait, how does your eye not see him?
Oh, no, he should be able to see him now. Within 9 meters. So, and before I was, like, blinded.
This guy's got Healing Word.
Yeah.
Like, this guy I just resurrected as a cleric. He's got Invisibility, Guiding Bolt, Healing
maybe
Word,
not that one.
Main Hand Attack. He's got Sacred Flame,
Can you
Silence.
move him there?
Over here?
There?
Yeah, and move Mushy as well.
Okay, I'm gonna push him and he drops a floor. Would that be a good idea?
Wait, before you push him, let me do my...
Oh, well, I can't push him now, so... Oh, wait, I can push him. I just need to go down a floor and then push him. But it wasn't far enough, so...
That was awkward.
When you make against, you can change that to a critical hit. Yes, I will make that into a critical hit just to make it better. Nice.
I smell blood.
There we go.
Now we've only got that dude to deal with.
Close ranks.
Hey, Herkins, would you be able to move your Durkins? Oh, wait, no, you've already ended your turn. Shit. Never mind, I was going to fireball him, but now just firebolt him.
He's dead.
Don't need to.
Sent to camp. Glow cap mushroom. Sent to camp.
Oh, he wants to speak to me, apparently.
Ooh.
A lot of things.
Check Karlach's inventory. I gave her an axe.
Nice. Oh. Let's see. 319 does an additional 1d6. Ooh, I do. Wait, hang on. It's not doing the stats for 6 to 16 and does the tears thingy-madiggy. But if I give them...
Glut wants me to kill the other sovereign dude.
No, we're not doing that. 1d12 plus 3. 1d10. Alright, I'm gonna go with the Executioner's Axe. Equipped by Durkin. Oh, no. Where's the... Like, is he gonna get violent if we don't listen to him?
I'm up at the top part here, so...
Alright. I am making my way, and I am moving Karlach right here. And Durkin is going to be there. Alright, what's he saying?
I want no part of this. I have no, if you're so eager for blood gut, then let me give it to you. So let's have no part of it.
Is my right. It is my right.
Its delicate harmonies turn to scrapes and scratches.
Your corpse will birth my circle.
Alright, cool. His thingamadiggy is low enough. Time to do fire. Also, is he weak to fire? Yeah, he gets a fire vulnerability. That was quick.
No, buddy.
Scroll of Blur. Attackers have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. And hold person.
We still have one dude left.
Oh, okay. Sacrifice 6 movement to deal an additional with your melee weapon. Alright, let's give it a try. And then we move here. Branded Smite. Possibly marks your target, preventing them from turning invisible. Maybe. Let me have a look at what other kinds of barbarian shit I can do.
Just hit him. He's only got 1 health.
Yeah, I want to do something... Oh, he's only 1 health? I still want to do something cool.
You can do something cool. Hit him over the head with an axe. Wow, you missed. You missed again. He's got high defense. That explains a lot.
That's it for old Glut. He gave it his best shot anyway.
Nice.
I mean, really didn't want to, destroy that other circle that, we were being nice to.
Yeah, we were being nice, so...
It's a shame, though. He was very useful. Probably shouldn't have spoken to him.
Mm-hmm. He helped us get one extra corpse, at least. Alright, I'm making my way down.
Nah, nothing good on this guy. You making your way downtown, walking fast, faces passing you homebound.
Sent to camp. Alright, do we want to... Do you know if we're going to deal with necromancer shit? Because we could get these corpses if we wanted to.
Not sure.
Laculite. Let's see if that's worth anything. Yay! Hey, and there's a sigil here.
Oh, there's an Underdark Dwarga boat over here.
Oh, hang on. Heading... Oh, discarded journal. What does this talk about? You'll head to the other side of the lake. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just having a look at that.
Sorry, I want to read the journal. We threw a surprise party for Ironfoot. How that idiot made it past 150 is a mystery, but it causes for celebration either way. When we saw the fire whiskey we'd been brewing, I swear he teared up. I had only a cup myself, enough of the stuff, but I can't feel my tongue anymore. The lunatic finished the barrel that night. I had no idea how he made it to his next shift, but Marina claimed she needed him inside the wagon to guard inventory. The borough warden didn't say a word when the spores started. Layabout is lucky she got a soft touch. I'd best get some sleep. Orders just came in from practice shovels and pickaxes for the younglings, and I've yet to harvest the Zerk wood. Where does the time go? Oh, would you like a spell? Like Array of Enfeeblement or any of these scrolls? They might
I've just been putting them in my backpack in case I need them for later.
You should be able to learn them is the thing. Because
no, only wizards can learn them.
Oh, okay. Well, alright, well I'll hold on to them then. Who's doing checks?
No, just walking over here. It was just one of those digging ones.
Oh, okay. Yum. Oh yeah, and then there's like this side here with stuff.
What'd you find in the chest? Anything good?
Let's have a look. Arrows and a potion.
Oh, you're a ways. Okay. What's up here, I wonder? Alright, so question.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Question.
What did you just start fighting?
No, I just blew up a thing. Don't go any further, because I want to shoot some of these.
What's that? Fireball time?
Oh.
Something burrowed in there. Something big.
Dead drow.
A perfect ring of mushrooms. Nature and magic.
I was hoping for a treat.
Nah. Anything on him? A hide-bound book. One favor, one faithful servant. That is all I summoned. No more, no less than Malice Du Erden ever had, or indeed the mother of lusts herself. The yokel was quite a sight in all its forms. I'd read of its foul odor, but I found it intoxicating like rosewater. So it smashed a few artifacts, hissed at a master. The Archmage should have revered me for such a conjuring. Instead, he threatened to curse me, to make me a drider. Yet, my time will come. Soon, I'll return to... I can't say those words. And then the Archmage will worship me, and I will be served. Where the hell are you guys going?
Up.
Better take a closer look.
Dang it. Okay, feather fall. I think that might be another thing to add on.
Just be mindful of which ones you jump on. Karlach's in the way.
Hey, soldier.
Oh, sorry.
Soldier.
Never a dull moment.
Oh, I can't make it.
Crap, and I can't give you enhanced leap.
Wait, hang on. Maybe.
Oh, the mushroom circle. It's activated down there.
What's cooking?
No time to rest.
Oh.
Ta-da!
Oh, neat. I'm with you now.
You were always with me now.
I go inspiration.
There's
on
nothing.
air.
There's nothing here.
These boots have seen
I'm
everything.
walking on sunshine. Whoa.
That's not a good sign when something's like, oh, investigation. None of us see anything.
Another illusion. Is anything real down here?
Ooh, there we go.
That don't look safe.
It's worth looking at.
Where the fuck are we? Mushroom circle.
The sunlit wetlands.
Okay. Ancient barrier.
Arcane.
Wait. Is this the hag's house?
The whose?
This is the hag's house.
Don't want to draw any attention. Can't keep me out.
Critical success. Do you want to be stealthy?
I mean, it could be.
Oh, sweetie, I'm
Path lies before me.
Can't have anything happening to you or the babe.
You're gonna be caught out even when you approach her.
I don't want a crumb left on that plate, girl.
Auntie Ethel, please. One
Look at her
more bite
crying.
and this pie is gonna come back up to say hello.
Don't make me get the wooden spoon. You're eating for two, so get to it.
Oh.
Who is this? A friend of yours?
No, I don't know him.
Come now. Aren't you going to introduce yourself?
I'm Herkin Durkin. Well met.
Oh, I like you. You may stay. Feel free to relax yourself and have a cuppa. Gods grant me patience. Eat up, Mayrina. I won't say it again.
Interesting place you have, right?
Let's start over, shall we?
I saw your option and I was like, oh, I'll go with your option then.
Forgive me if I get a bit sharp. My work wears something awful on me. You see, I help people from all over Faerun. And you, Petal.
Does she now?
Well, you need a lot of help. That wriggler swimming in your brain juice is a bit of an inconvenience, isn't it?
Just a bit, but we've heard from like 3 different sources. How do you know about that?
You stink. And I know the stench of mind flayer anywhere. I can tell you're almost done cooking. You know, you could turn Just like that. What do you say? Want me to take care of the little bugger?
I know a devil that's offered to remove.
A devil? Spare me. Blathering windbags in love with the sound of their own voices. I'm the safer bet. Plus, you'll get to keep your soul.
Sure.
Depends on the price.
That depends on the job. Removing a parasite is no small feat. But I like you, Petal. So I'll only ask for something small. One of your pretty little peepers.
I mean, you can take the glass one.
You don't have one to spare. Terribly sorry, Petal.
Oh no, I can't do the deal because I lost one of them.
If you know someone with 2 eyes in their head and a wriggler problem, send them my way. Auntie will sort them out.
I can do it.
You're welcome.
Nope. I already know what this bitch is, so...
No, Marina, time to go.
Oh. The hell did you do to her?
Hello, sweetness. I'm still waiting for someone with the spare eye.
Where did she go? What happened?
Keep your own little nose in your own little dish, Petal. I don't like busybodies.
No, fuck that. Oh, never mind.
Hang on. She's got some gauntlets I want.
Does she?
Well, she did when I played through it some point ago.
Oh, okay. Well, she has a quarterstaff that gives you +1 to unarmed attacks and damage.
That one's good for you.
While the wielder is not wearing armor, they receive a +2 to saving throws.
Ah, darn. It
Cookie for Bookie.
Doesn't look like she's got those gauntlets I wanted.
There we go.
Although I really can't see much on her side. No, she's just got the stuff. Damn, she had a good pair of gauntlets a little while ago.
Here for whatever you...
Alright, give me a second. Also, hi there, Suncho. Alright, I need to go back to camp to grab something. I need to pick up some old shit.
Oh, Granny's gone.
What?
Oh wait, no, she's over here.
Alright, I need to get to my chest.
Moving in.
Because there's some stuff
no,
I
I'm
wanna
just
pick
here
up.
to trade with you, bitch.
Alrighty.
Turn invisible on condition. Ends early if you... Okay. No, I'm just here for your... here for your potions.
Alright, hang on. Let's see how successful this is when I go click like this, and then add to wares, add to wares.
Yeah, I already know what you are.
What is she?
Something that's not very nice.
Well, can I at least trade with her before you do
Oh
something?
yeah, go right ahead. No, go right ahead. I'm not gonna do anything until you do something.
Yeah. Okay. Where'd she go? Oh, she's up there. Okay. Also, I can see the wooden chest. So yeah, because I just want to try and sell as much of this shit as possible, because I just learned about the wares thingamadiggy.
Hello, sweetness. I'm still waiting for someone with the spare eye.
All right, sell wares. Just one click and they're done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that's fine. Keep the shovel. I don't know why I have so many bones. That's probably a problem for another person thing. Miscellaneous potions, consumables.
There's a reason why I keep backpacks on me.
Fair enough. All right.
Here for what?
All right. So what are we doing?
The fireplace isn't real, by the way.
This fireplace or a different one?
This one, it's not real.
You just walk right through it. Oh, neat. Let's be stealthy. Alright, so there's a body in stasis there. I'm gonna F5 this, just in case there's any problems. Can I walk a little bit ahead, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, so she's one of those weird witches, is she? Hi there, Xerix. Alright, so...
Look.
I want to give Grandma one of my eyeballs.
And then there's Laren there.
Don't do it! Don't give me your eyeball! You get nothing in return, I don't think.
And then there's a guy named... What's Mahoozies? Pickpocket failed. There's no thingamadiggies to pick. Do we want to look at the family portrait? A watery eye.
Look at whatever you want.
A blinded elf.
Stop. Please. Please.
Can't pick up too heavy. Tight. Alright, and then over to Karlak.
Wait. Wait.
She can't pick him up, it's too heavy.
This poor dear wished never to lay eyes on her family again.
Well, technically she's dead.
My dearest Ephraim, he
Oh!
begged me to halt the deadly disease that...
Oh, she's one of those kinds of people that decides to just be like extra, like, oh, they asked for this kind of thing, like a real djinn. Alright, hang on. So they've got whispering masks here. I don't...
Don't look. Don't.
You might want to switch over to you instead of Karlak for doing this.
Please. Please. Away. Away.
What to choose?
Don't look. Don't.
My gentle Lauren. He wished to know what was to come.
Please. Please.
You feel the barest touch of magic, wild and chaotic, beneath the twisted surface of the door.
Don't look.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Auntie
You feel
Ethel's here.
crushing waves.
Oh, hi there, Dirk.
The door recoils. It can't let people through. Not again.
Oh, what happened?
Flash. A man
Also, hi there,
behind you.
Dirk.
been at his
Hang on, I
feet.
gotta do my thingamadiggy.
Gold coins.
Welcome everyone to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Right now, I am playing Baldur's Gate 3 with a group of friends because it's D&D night with the boys.
But
Joining me tonight is Kobayashi and Strawbee.
Flesh twisted and
Hello.
contorted, becoming the twisted surface of the door.
But yeah, I'm not gonna roll over Nat 1, Dirk. How was American Truck Simulator?
Cry.
Don't.
I'm not afraid of that hag.
Appears in your mind. Two paladins and a cleric marching
take
through
your,
the door,
you might want to take your leave
shrouded
because
in the glow of the divine.
Please.
Weapons brandished.
oh, I'm
as
apparently
charge
standing
into
right
the
there
hag's
behind you,
lair.
by the way.
Screams of terror pierce the air.
It's a good thing I quick saved.
Naughty. That's a decade for each. You're mine for 30 more years, Petal.
Is it a problem that she knows my name now?
Please.
Probably not.
You see an image of blue skies and sunshine as the door shudders a warning. Run.
If I kill the hag, you will be free.
Don't.
Nope, that's a critical failure.
Stop.
How can you fail so critically?
I don't
You see the
know.
hag.
I'm just autistic that
She
way.
walks through the door, its form shimmering.
Away.
The lightest touch of hope brushes your mind as the presence within
Don't
retreats.
Look. Don't.
So she's down there right now.
Yeah, you might want to listen to.
Stop.
This is my
You might want to listen
personal
in on the conversation with
playhouse,
Strawbee.
don't have an invite.
All right.
Get out.
I am now in the thingamadoog.
Has that wriggler eaten your brain already? Leave. Or you'll end up in tonight's stew.
You're giving it a
Go
stink
nicely with
face.
Mayrina.
Oh.
Feel the barest hint of life.
She just ran right past me for some reason. Is she still there?
No, she's behind the door, most likely.
Feel the barest hint of life from within.
Just walk on through, Grant.
It won't let me walk through.
Barest hint of
Like through the door.
from within
Like
the
move
door.
your camera through it.
There we go. Alrighty. Also, hang on a second. I'm just gonna.
Oh shit! There's enemies.
I need to find something to drink.
I think a short rest quickly is not a bad idea either.
That works. Alright, I'm gonna
Wait, before we
F5
short rest.
here.
Just before we short rest, let me do something.
We already short rest, I'm sorry to say.
Well, damn.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Okay,
This I
masks
could've-
on these things. What could you have done?
I get my warlock spell slots back, and I can use a warlock spell slot to.
He saw me.
Ah, crap, I was hoping to jump.
And now he's climbing up.
Oh, you casted climb on yourself. Jump on yourself.
I'll break their pretty little wings.
Yeah, I was trying to do enhanced jump to get up on here, so that way I could,
do magical shit?
Yeah, that way I had advantage.
Don't make me hurt them.
Vengeance, regret, terror. Alrighty. Curse of regret. Take 2 to 5 damage every turn and is vulnerable to psychic. Deal damage to reduce this condition. Oh, can I jump up there? Yep, I can.
Good hit!
Nice.
We love casting spells.
Part of the flock. Anti-Ithil welcomes you, Desire. Can I send it to camp? Yes, I can. Awesome. That way I don't have to worry about it much further. Arrows. On you. There we go. Okay, so.
I won't do it.
Oh, cool. You survived the wisdom. This is probably going to do problems. You're going to head to bed now. Not to worry, Dirk. Thank you again for the raid. Nice. Hang on. Passives. Jump. Alrighty, passives, non-combat, or, you know.
You want to try non-lethal.
Must be unarmed or using a melee weapon, doesn't work on undead or constructs. Knocked out.
Now see if you can take the mask off of it.
Yep.
Oh, and they died when you take it off.
Oh. She is not your friend. Do not eat food unless she is watching. Do not eat the tea unless she is watching. Do not wear the mask. The words lies is written in large, thick for the rest of the... Neat. Okay.
So I don't think it matters if you can...
Shame.
Get this mask off me!
I mean, okay, I will.
That's... There we go.
Alright, let's see if we can take the mask off. Nope, she dies as soon as you pick it up.
Shame.
Shame, shame, shame.
Shame, shame, shame.
Okay, there's a waterfall just of, yeah.
Ooh, eggs.
I see spores everywhere.
I'm catching up. Give me a sec.
Lot of spores. Noxious fumes.
Be cautious.
Even down the ladder there. You know what? Hang on, everyone. Get everyone around me.
Hello, Sir Dragon.
Hey, you don't have to worry about me, actually.
There we go. So what's the plan? Oh, okay.
Be cautious.
That's going to allow us to jump a bit further and hopefully avoid some of the fumes.
Place is trapped.
Hello, I did it.
Yay.
Looks like a boss fight.
There, in the cage.
F5ing that. Alright.
Aren't you glad I
group
came
stealth.
prepared?
Yep, that's honestly the Featherfall is very useful.
Step.
Orange, you glad?
A trap. Time to dance.
Disarm?
Orange, you're glad I...
Aren't you glad?
Didn't they, banana?
Oh, probably better off, yeah, let's go this way. So...
Where's Grandma?
I don't know. There's a wooden door here.
There's an orb over there.
A what?
Free for the
There's an
taking.
orb. You're going too far ahead, I think.
Yeah, because you're still at a tree.
No, I'm talking to you. There's a
Oh,
thing
the
over
control
here.
orb. Yeah, I see the control. Alright, I'm heading back to the control orb then. Give me a sec.
Yeah, we got a whole, like, area over here.
I just completely...
Uh-oh.
You want the girl so bad. Fine.
Alright,
Last.
is it doing what it needs to do?
Not sure. Won't let me do anything further. Can anyone find any more control orbs?
No.
It might take a second to do what it needs to do, so for
Yeah,
now,
might
let's
need a
deal with
while.
these.
Well, we
let's
got
deal with
multiple
these.
grannies to deal with, so let's find out which one's
Yeah.
the real one.
Yep. Alright, so...
One way to find out.
Is it just a little bit of damage that does it, or is it a lot of damage?
Well, that's the real one up there.
It's one of these two.
Time for some bloody work.
That's the real one.
This is gonna feel good.
Yeah, we want to be careful not to break that cage because there's a just rapids down below.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's open, so she should be able to just... What did she do?
Hag's trickery. Oh, shit. One of these is the fake, one of these is a real.
Okay, so how do we figure...
Yeah.
You want to trick? One of them looks pregnant.
How can we tell that one of them's pregnant?
I'm guessing the stomach. This one here is the...
Another step
I'd say
forward.
this one is the fake.
The one on the right here.
This one's the real one.
Do the T to inspect and look at them.
Hag's trickery.
Okay, so the one on the left is definitely pregnant, because baby bump.
Bloody clever clogs.
Thank the gods.
Good work.
Yeah, because, like you said, one of them wasn't pregnant, so...
My turn. Over there.
Ooh.
I don't think she likes fire, by the way.
Yeah, I just need to... Hang on. Is there anything to make me move quicker? Yes, there is. There we go. Tried to damage me, so hopefully that counts as a...
Let's pull your strings, infernal puppet.
Okay, I have a question.
I may not have the answer.
Push her off the edge or not push her off the edge?
I would rather not, so then that way we can try and get some loot.
Fuck yes.
Oh no, don't get close. Damn it.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Here, and then try. Darn it. Remember, don't push him off the edge.
I know, this is fire. And
alright.
The issue is it has a chance to hit Carl.
Do not pull the lever, unicorn.
Too late.
Gosh darn it, unicorn dreams.
Fog.
Fucking hell.
Was that you? Oh yeah, because that was your thingy-majiggy, wasn't it?
Wild magic.
Yep, I should have thought so. Hi there, unicorn dreams. You had no idea what it would do? Fair enough. You were just like, I wonder what it does. I have 300 points. I have 500 points. Let's see what happens.
Me now, brat.
She's here.
You gotta walk.
Bloody clever
Help.
clogs.
Forehead time.
Is it because she was just like laughing from there?
Yep.
Die, Grandma.
Helps when she has subtitles on.
Nice.
Cheeky.
Little stretch. Little stretch. Medium stretch.
Medium stretch. Just would be nice if she stopped moving around, so then that way the rage would work. Oh, they all still get to do shit.
Wait! Wait just a tick! Killing me is a waste of time. I'll find a way to return. Always have, always will.
I don't care.
pleasant.
Oh, this fog.
So how about we be civil?
Just trying to be all like mystery while she's just a fucking wrinkly big green thingy. Oh, she's talking to you.
Yeah. Wait, she's trying to offer me a deal. Everyone's voting for that.
Yeah, because it's a special one, so it's always interesting.
You wound me, sweetie. My offer will put that little pact of yours to shame. Let me leave with the girl, and I'll give you power. You want to be stronger, tougher, smarter? Done. Anything is possible. Just let me.
Parentheses, ability score 1.
Oh yeah, she wants to eat the baby.
She's dreaming.
Yeah, I didn't need to know
Well,
that.
Karlach doesn't want
It's your
her to leave,
sweetness.
so
Intimidation! Wait, do you have the intimidation to do it?
I have +3 from charisma.
Alright, let's give it a try. How high can the roll be?
20! YOLO! And that 20! Let's go!
You greedy little bollocks. Fine. Here.
I'm just looking down at it.
Yep.
I'll not soon forget this sweetness.
Did she just pull that off of her head?
Yes.
Yes.
Word.
But the deal. What about my husband? What happens to him?
Deal's off, you dumb cow. And you've her to thank for it.
Can we attack?
Not that it matters. I'll find another just as plump and ripe. I can set up shop elsewhere. People always need lotions and potions.
God damn it. I was really hoping there was a way for me to break out of it.
Bollocks to luck. It's only the deal that counts. Bye-bye, Petal.
Alright, so did she take the girl with her? No, she didn't. Cool.
I get to pick the scalp of what I want from it.
You bastard! You ruined it! You ruined everything!
Well, I'm gonna eat the brain real quick.
This is an interesting way of thanking me.
Thanks! A slap is all you deserve. Ethel was going to bring my husband back. Back from the dead. And now I'll never see him again.
Oh, we got withers. Like...
I've already seen the outcome to this. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to sit here quietly.
Hags don't work for free. What did you promise her?
Just a bit longer and my child would have been born. And all this would have been over.
You were going to trade your baby for your dead
Don't
husband.
judge me. I have nothing. My baby would have been raised in rags. Auntie Ethel promised to give this child a good life. Teach them magic even. More than I could have done.
No, she was going to eat the baby. That's more... Because, I mean, you heard the way she was talking.
Hags...
She said I'd make a bad mother. I think she was right. Now I'll have to drag Connor's coffin all the way home. It's the only
Isn't there a way for us to resurrect,
ever
like...
meet their father.
I have a scroll.
I hope you're happy.
Like, hang on. It's like... Pig's head, pork loins, and... Oh, hey, a heavy chest. Copper, bronze, darks, yep. Gold rings.
I know there are some things in here that you shouldn't touch.
Hang on. Completed quest.
The all-seeing eye, protection from good and evil.
Interesting. Letter to Ethel Ooh, Staff of Crones. What does this do?
I feel like you should have that eye if you want it. Because then she's the more magic-y of us two.
Mm-hmm. Broken promises, lost time. Missing pets. Just gonna grab all kinds of things.
Oh, there's a mushroom circle.
Let's see, what's this one? And a letter 2. Client fled without payment. My agents picked up his trail along the Krynor. Oh, okay. I thought there would be a corpse somewhere for us to try and resurrect.
It's outside.
Oh, okay. Well, let me use the circle thing. Maybe that will... Yum.
The ring changed color. I wonder why.
What ring?
The mushroom ring.
Oh!
Now it'll take us to and from Ethel's house.
Gods! Didn't hear you coming. I know I should head home.
Oh, wait, remember in, because Hag's gone, there would have been a whole bunch of people in the
all over again.
room, remember?
Nope. That
guy screaming at the mirror?
Oh, yeah, like all the curses. I found a wand.
What? You can?
You feel a surge of power from the wand. The air suddenly tastes acrid. It wants to be used.
Bring it back! Bring Connor back! Please!
Should I use the wand?
Yeah.
Hang on, let's let chat decide this. Chat?
This is why I F5 this. The button isn't working because there was a choice that I tried having done, like, I think it glitches where if I try and
reload
do...
it.
No, I think it's a thing in the game where if I try and do a community poll for a choice and no votes have been able to go in when I did it, then it won't, then it doesn't work on for any others in the future. This happened in the last time we had this. I quick saved this, so...
Alright, hang on, how about this? Let's do a poll instead.
No, it's okay. I'm just gonna point and do the thing.
Ah, fine. Take the fun out of it.
Yeah.
The fun.
I already knew it was gonna happen.
What's happening? Why is he still dead?
If you know, then let him experiment.
Yeah.
I know, that's why I was looking.
The card was just sort of like, I want to direct it, but I want to use the community as a shield.
The creature.
What have you done to him?
That's the corpse. So the fulfills her promise. It can never be simple, can it?
But this isn't what she promised. I wanted him back the way he was, not this.
We can always bury him again.
No, don't put him in the ground. He is afraid of the dark. I'll do it. I'll take him.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Promised him I'd fix this. And I'm gonna. Maybe someone in Baldur's Gate can help us. I'll figure something out. Come on, love. Let's go.
You do kind of feel sorry for them, don't you?
Best idea.
I mean, even though she was willing to give up, she was going to give the Witcher child.
It's not a good trade. I'm going to be real with you. There is.
I mean, yeah, you still kind of feel sorry for her in the sense that she was willing to do almost anything for the one she loved.
I get it. A little bit.
Ah! Fuck.
You good, Strawberry?
I didn't mean to drink it.
What'd you drink?
What did you drink?
For 50 turns, I can't take reactions and my armor classes reduced by 2.
Lost time. Oh, Jesus. Well, good news is that if we're walking around and such like that, we'll probably, like, use up quite a bit of that time, so... Yay. In the meantime...
Why don't we go back and check on those other guys?
Yep. Sounds like a good idea. Let me just open up this chest, take everything.
Just steal everything from the poor crone's house.
She was a hag. It wasn't important. Ooh, hi.
I mean, I'm not blaming you for stealing everything. I'm just saying, yeah, sure, just steal everything that's not nailed down.
Yes. That's how we operate, Code.
Although, technically, we didn't kill her. She just left. So all these curses are probably... Yep, they're all still in place.
Yeah. I never listened to this one. What was this person's,
My sweet Callum, whose beloved asked that his beauty never fade. She wished for the mind of a genius, but that silly head crushed me.
Not bad. I've had better days, and worse ones.
Gnarly cauldron. Yeah, this just, like...
My gentle Lauren. He wished to know what was to come.
Okay. I've had better days.
Nah, doesn't look like we can break them or anything like that.
You've made a grave mistake.
Did I just kill a skull?
My sweet Callum, whose beloved asked that his beauty never fade.
Alright, well...
Guys, I'm in a conversation. Does anyone not notice that?
What? Oh.
I was a fool. I wanted to know my fate. I had a choice between 2 lives, and I was frightened of choosing wrong. I asked the hag to help me see what the future would hold. Got what I wished for, too. I saw my future self. A corpse. Rotten with maggots. A boring story. Stay or go. Marriage and kids, or a life of novelty. I lost my best years rather than just choose.
Aw, shame for him. Leave while you still can.
Yes. I will. Thank you.
Well, good for him.
We shaved him! Yay!
Wait, why do I have Bane? I have a D4 penalty to attack rolls.
Did you attack something?
No. I broke a mirror.
He broke a mirror? That's 7 years bad luck.
Is that literally like what's happened to my guy? Is the 7 years bad luck is a legit thing?
I don't know. What am I, a person that knows these things?
You played ahead, and you definitely did some bit of metagaming earlier. Ooh, well,
I haven't played too far ahead.
Smell assaults your
I only saw this part because I was watching Big Daddy Rhino play it one time.
Ah. Hey,
although I was mostly just chatting with him while they played.
Oh. Red caps.
Red caps and the kneecaps?
Yep.
By the way, you using that staff that Auntie Ethel had before?
Not yet.
Darn, too far away. Oh wait, I had distance, didn't I? Nope, I only had careful, quickened, and twinned. Done.
How's it going, Zarix, by the by? Ooh. What did you throw?
Tried to throw a concoction.
Oh, okay.
A concoction of stuff.
All right. Do you have a? Oh, never mind. If you have a lightning spell, that'd be cool.
I do.
Yeah. Well, when they get into the water, it should be helpful. Oh, I made it. Oh, he's still wet. Excellent. All right. I am going to shove this guy
move
into the. Okay, never mind.
Huge.
Oh wait, hang on.
Damn.
Thought he would. I thought they would have been pushed into the water, but motherfucker.
What spells do I have in my backpack?
You want to do your lightning first?
Yeah, you do your thing first. Well, I've got no spells in my backpack for lightning.
Nice. And then reckless. Damn it. Ooh, sorcery point. What you doing?
Just getting more sorcery points. I'm cooking.
All right, cooking.
Damn it, I'm still not close enough because of all this.
Good news. The red cap is still deep in the waters. And the water is electrified. Yay, saved. I think the water is still electrified, so I'm not going to risk it. Ooh. That was a whack.
He just drop kicked your ass.
Yeah, that was a whack if ever I seen one.
He just straight up just went and drop kicked you.
Hmm. Nice. Wispy. Yep, sounds cool.
So where the bloody hell are we? So we're right down the bottom near the blighted village.
Breathe deep and move.
Oh. Interesting. We failed our perception. There's nothing there. There's nothing in the swamp.
I'm gonna go this way quickly. There's a big ass tree that sort of screams druid.
Alright. Yep, the red cap's dead, not a problem. There was a spike trap.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh, I've been attacked.
Noted. I need...
How did you get all the way over there?
We went in different directions.
I have enhanced jump, but there is a pathway around near... There's a bit of a path... Ooh, shit. Fuck me, shit and tittins, cunt.
Oh boy, they do a lot of damage. Oh my god, Code, what have you done?
Where is he? Oh my god.
I'm fucked up!
Code!
Actually, no, I didn't fuck up. These guys are all where I want them.
You're gonna fireball, aren't you?
Well, I could fireball, or... Oh, great. They can spawn more of them.
Yeah.
You might want to also take care of the one that's right next to you.
Be advised, they burst into mud.
Gods, it's hot in here.
Neat.
Moving.
They are now immune to burning, because of course they are.
They aren't immune to getting their ass handed to them.
They're resistant to piercing, bludgeoning, but yeah, vulnerable to fire for the wood one. The mud just makes it, you know, do the funky shit. And they're immune to poison. Don't die.
Much.
Okay, I can't take any actions. The only thing I can do is strike it. I couldn't actually use any of my spells.
That's a problem. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4 different enemies to deal with. Alright. Let's see how we go. Entangling nonsense.
Look, now that you guys are here, this should be easier.
You should hope so.
I mean, how was I meant to know that there was going to be a fight here?
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Nice, he's dead.
Crispy.
Alrighty, hopefully this works.
Set Kurt on fire.
Don't set me on fire.
It wasn't on purpose, I'll tell you that much. Wait, why is Jason blocked?
Huh?
Oh, they're saying Discord is doing some funky shit. You'll be alive, won't you?
Hopefully.
Oh yeah, 31 out of 37, you're fine. You got more health than me. Nice. Meanwhile, Karlach is all muddy.
She's a dirty girl. Dirty
These boots have
girl.
seen everything.
Muscular women fighting in the mud.
Love. Alright, there we go. So he's dead, and then...
One more to go.
Alright, Karlach. It's go time.
For some reason, it's not letting me cast Fireball. Or any of my spells.
Entangled. Affected, can't move. Attack rolls against have advantage. Attack rolls have disadvantage. Speaking with animals and jump. I could not tell you why.
Find a route.
What are your spell slots?
Near next to out. But my cantrip should still be able to work.
Nope.
Mystery.
That's bullshit.
What the huh?
The mud exploded and made me fucking unconscious. Thanks. Wrath. Adrenaline courses through your veins. Why do I have wrath?
I can't move at all.
Someone's cut a notch in the tree there.
I can't move at all.
You've also... Oh, there you go. You've moved. I think you've moved.
No, I can't move. There's nothing going on.
Weird.
I can't jump. I can't activate any of my abilities.
Okay, we might need to head to camp.
Oh my god.
What?
These are actually really good for me.
On a hit with an unarmed attack, the wearer gains 2 lightning charges.
Okay, read the other part.
While imbued with lightning charges, attacks against metal constructs and foes wearing metal armor gain advantage. You still need to do...
I have a staff that passively produces lightning charges.
Oh, okay. Yep, sounds good.
All right, now I can move again.
Yeah.
By the way, what was that you pulled out of the hole?
Letters to Kagha.
Olga? You mean the chick over at the thingo?
The who?
The chickie boo over at the grave. At the grove.
Olodon has sent word of your progress. I am pleased that the Rite of Thorns has begun. I depart soon from Cloakwood to Baldur's Gate. Should you need further aid from my circle, now is the time to ask. Once cloistered, the Emerald Gold will be the Shadow Druid's domain, and you, it's... Oh, so...
Wait, Shadow Druid?
Yeah, because she was going to do the thingy-majiggy of thorns, but then the Druid guy stopped her.
She's evil.
Yeah, and...
She's evil, then.
And now there's a new Druid, who's the first, who's running the show there, so... Because she was...
We might want to show that to the new Druid, because they've got to know what Karlach's been up to.
Alec?
Are the Druids still there, is the question.
Kalga. Yeah, they're still there.
Alright.
You want to take a long rest?
Yeah, do we want to take a long rest first before we get into any more shenanigans?
I don't know. What's the worst that can happen?
Shenanigans.
Also, did either of you two want to do the Illithid powers thing? Because I've already grabbed, like, the 2 passives that I like, the Luck of the Far Realms and
I want to grab
Favorable Beginnings.
I want to grab Favorable Beginnings.
Yeah.
I'll grab it as well.
Alright then, that leaves 1 left. Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Why you gotta give me those weird emojis? There she is.
Peace. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Rest or no rest.
Alright. Wonder if we can take it to the first Enchantress. Or maybe we've missed out on being able to do this because we've gotten rid of her already.
True. Yeah. You scattered the goblins. Peace can finally return to this corner of the Sword Coast.
I'm glad I could help.
As am I. And I'm sure those poor of course.
You got anything good? Alright, let's have a look. Missing snares. You can intercept missiles from ranged weapon attacks, reducing their... I can already do that as a monk, so that's not a problem. The wearer gains a 1d throw bonus to throw damage. Not bad. Give me a sec. I am going to sell these things.
Actually, once you've done with him and have a homo moment for me, I'm gonna talk to him as well.
All right. Magical. All right. Hang on. No, I'm gonna keep the sword because you might need this. And then, oh yeah, you told me that I should use this thing because it gives me 5 to 12 instead of the normal. Well, the reader does not. They receive a +2 to saving throws. Yep, I understand. How much does it cost? 104? Yeah, sure.
May you keep.
Alrighty. Let's go with that. And then we're gonna put on this ring. There we go. Hello, strange ox.
Move along. I mean, move.
Moo.
Hang on.
What?
What were you sliding?
A chest. There wasn't a red thingy-majiggy on it, so it's fine.
Okay.
Don't know why you're worried.
Alright, let me know when you're done, Strawberry.
Mm-hmm. Just getting rid of this.
I know you stopped the goblins, but what makes it...
Alright, so where's, like, the quote-unquote first? Where are they?
Here.
There's Mino over there. Carrick, Elwyn.
Thanks to you, we have the chance to heal.
It could possibly be inside.
What is the name of the first, what's-a-mahoozies?
I thought it was Fiona or something, wasn't it?
Let's see. Is it Wrath? Is it you, my boy?
Now that Halsin is here, Korga, I hope whatever rot was lurking in her heart can be
Oh, we can tell Wrath.
cut away.
She was allied with the Shadow Druids. I have proof.
That explains a great deal. To think that Korga could fall to their corruption under Sylvanus' gaze. But I will leave that for Halsin to judge.
They still have Halsin considered as, like, the quote-unquote first.
I guess we'll have to go back to camp and tell Halsin.
Yeah.
I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to speak to Halsin.
Alrighty then, let me head.
Daddy, 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 daddy.
You wish to speak?
Okay, I can't mention anything. Can I have the letter quickly?
What happens if I tell him? Does it have anything if I talk to him?
You wish to speak?
Nope, I don't have any of those options related to the...
It might be too late.
Yeah. It might not be important, like, because we've already, like, you know, usurped her control and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But daddy, 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 daddy.
Alright, I'm gonna have us do a long rest, because for some reason, I am nearly dead.
Brained.
You carry a Githyanki relic. I will have an explanation. Or your head.
Oh, is this about the Rubik's Cube thing that they're the D20 dice artifact? It's just like Miranda and Jack.
That artifact is an heirloom of my people. Likely she spilled Githyanki blood in order to steal it. This cannot stand. Heirloom.
You're doing this in your pajamas. Just remember that.
This artifact is the only thing keeping us from becoming slaves to our parasites. Be glad I have it.
Remove yourself if you are so easily offended. This is not your concern.
Nonsense. You're just finally showing us what you really are. A reaver to the bone.
Spare your indignity. Every word that spills from your mouth is worth less than the last.
Again, stop this.
Incorrect. Judicious bloodletting settles feuds and roots out the weak, the deceitful.
Do you hear this, tribe? Our lives are at stake, and she wants us to turn on each other.
No others. Just you and me.
What's this even about?
Roselle thinks I have something important to her people. She's deluded,
Lies. She carries an heirloom of my people.
I did not click anything.
I must know why.
Rest, both of you. Tempers will be cooler in the morning.
I doubt this one's wits will be any sharper by then.
I do not wish to spill blood here. Come daylight, we will find a place to end this.
Fine. You can accept you're wrong, or we'll be rid of you permanently. Either way, I win.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You
Just
had
Fukuridi.
every chance to look the other way.
Oh.
But here we are. You chose this.
That's bullshit. You said you would wait till tomorrow.
If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned.
Ahem. This is what happens in D&D sometimes, Blue. People disagree.
She's a liability. It's the artifact we need, not her.
Let me up, and I'll show you.
Oh, for fuck's sake, these two.
Can I do that, Lae'zel? Can I turn my back on you?
Never. Thieves aren't afforded such luxury.
Loosen the grip on your pride for one blasted moment, won't you? We needn't be enemies. There's plenty of those to go around already.
What would you have? That we be friends?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Just Fukuridi. Just the two of them are just...
But imagine what we might achieve if we channeled some of that hostility back at our real foes, instead of each other. They wouldn't stand a chance.
I keep
She's gonna
forgetting
get her ass hurt in a second.
Yeah, what's more is she's also technically a cleric, so I forget charisma is some of the shit she does. Also, where is the talking to animals thing?
It's in my thing, and I'm gonna use it.
Did it.
Let's go.
Talking to Scratch.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
What? What do you got there, Scratch?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
I'm gonna pet him.
Deny me my rights to talk to Scratch.
Too bad.
I will deny you your rights to your stuff.
Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
Pee-pee.
Boom.
Bong.
Master. Friend, I'll never forget him. But I'm glad to have met him.
Oh yeah, the mirror's over here in the castle if anyone wants it too.
Noted. Where's the owl bear?
Probably still hasn't come back yet.
Shame.
Might take some time for it to come back.
Noted. How's Gale doing? I can give him like a shitty short sword.
I'll say one thing for our troop. We're not short on drama. I'm glad
shitty
Shadowheart
short.
and Lae'zel settled their differences peacefully. Eventually.
Oh. Why does it
Think
require
of it
magic?
as tribute. As long as I pay, there will be peace. I can assure you, the battlefield would extend well beyond the borders of my body. An eruption the size of Waterdeep, I think my exact words were.
Leave. Alrighty, leave the camp.
We leave?
And I am going to teleport to the riverside thingamadoog. So, why is it telling me? Yeah, why is it telling me to get What's-a-Mahoozy's help? Well, that makes no sense.
I think it just might be glitched.
Maybe. It's probably just a case of, oh, hello. Who the fuck are you? Gandrel.
Gandalf?
A fellow
No, Gandrel, not elf.
You catch a waft of something foul.
Powdered iron vine. Most monsters will think twice before making a meal of me. An old
Clever.
hunter's trick. If you can't mask your scent, spoil it.
Clever.
Today, the same as you. A humble supplement. or the stench of fey blood. You've already met the hag, then. Honorable, but unwise. I hoped she might help me on my hunt, but I have no desire to be the first face she sees after yours. I'll have to find my quarry by more traditional means. But one hunter, truth is like a blade, my friend.
Grant,
or
stop
just
skipping.
As easily find it
Sorry,
against
because it looks like it's about the hag that we've already dealt with and
danger.
shit.
I didn't mind skipping.
Yeah. Perhaps I can help you. 19.
No. This duty is mine alone. But for such an offer, an answer at least is owed. I hunt a vampire spawn called Astarion. I'm bound to bring him back to Baldur's Gate, alive. Though I cannot swear to his condition once my tribe are done with him. Is he known to you?
Oh my god, it would have been so hilarious if we had Astarion in our party just then. What does your want with a creature like that?
People were recently attacked in the night. Our camp set upon by a band of vampire spawn.
An entire band?
In the chaos of battle, one of them stole away with our children. We've been searching for them ever since. We believe this Astarion knows exactly what happened that night and where to find our little ones. If captured, my people will make him talk. So I ask again, is he known to you?
You can give up your hunt. He's under my protection.
Your loyalty is admirable, but misplaced. His kind have charm beyond our mortal means to resist. I can show you who he truly is, if you will just tell me where to find him.
I'm not gonna help you find him. Back off.
Astarion has quite the friend in you. I'll make sure he knows that. At the end.
Yep, as he started a fight with you.
Together.
Let's hope it doesn't come back to bite me later.
Maybe we should go speak to Astarion.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Hang on, let me just pick up some shit.
Astarion, I'll have a word with you.
You're having a word with him right now?
I'm about to, just waiting for you guys.
Alrighty.
We can tune in anytime.
Dink.
Alright, talking to him now.
Oh, I really thought Shadowheart and Lae'zel might fight to the death over that artifact. A pity. It would have made for a fine night's entertainment.
Oh, look at this dude.
Why do you insist on exhuming the past? I was
Wrong
a
one.
slave. A vampire spawn. Kept by the Tsar family. Perhaps I still am. I was never able to resist their commands. But now, I've been conveniently lost. They won't ever control me again.
Cool, but you're gonna need to explain some things to us. So I met a monster hunter in the swamp. He was looking for you.
What? Who? What happened?
He was a Gur named Gandrel.
A Gur? What are those vagabonds? Why would they... Cazador. Of course he'd send a Gur to hunt me down.
Okay, who is this Cazador?
Cazador Tsar is a vampire lord in Baldur's Gate.
Oh.
The patriarch of his coven and a monster obsessed with power.
His master, most likely.
200 years ago. I became his spawn. And he became my tormentor.
Yep. But would a monster hunter work for a vampire?
They may have no idea who they're working for. Cazador likely paid someone to call in a favor. And here we are. He doesn't do simple plans. Not if he has a complex one that pits a dozen enemies against each other. No. This hunter is a message. Cazador's letting me know that even out here, he can get to me. He wants me back.
But why capture you?
Maybe he wants to make an example of me, to show what happens to runaways. Or maybe he thinks death is too good for me. Concerned? Do you know the power Vampire Lord possesses? He can change shape, turn into mist, call walls to do his bidding, shrug off blows like they're nothing. He could walk into our camp tonight and kill you with his bare hands. And you'd be lucky if death was the worst thing that happened to you. First, we have to... I don't know. Well, if we kill his lackeys, he'll just send more. We just have to be vigilant, keep our wits about us, and kill any monster hunters on sight.
Noted.
Who knows? Drow? Mind flayers? Death? Hopefully not ours. But maybe answers. If we can convince.
Alright.
Uh-huh.
Probably no more interesting stuff from that.
No.
Alrighty. I'm gonna take the mushroom circle to go back into the Underdark because I think that's how they want us going.
I don't think it will, because the mushroom circle, since we used it from Ethel's house, might only take us back into her house.
Let's see. Yes, you're right. It only goes back into Ethel's house. Alrighty then. I am going to use the Underdark Beach. Yep. Nice. There was like a full... Alright. So we were at Saloon's outpost. Oh, there's still the quest about the mushroom picker, which we can get to...
Yeah, the tower.
Yeah.
So there was the mushroom picker, there was the tower to go climb.
And we also need to tell the colony about our process with the what's-mahoozies.
Ooh, yes.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Alrighty.
Mushroom dance. Mushroom dance.
Mushroom dance. Sovereign Spa.
It greets you with a harrowing elegy, cheerless as the new moon.
Hi. He was conspiring to slaughter your circle.
Your throat tightens, then relaxes. The air is serene, your mind untroubled.
And I sense only silence from the Dwergar hunters. The rot is cleansed.
Nice.
The songs we sing now carry your spirit. You shall now be called Kin Spirit.
Yay.
You aid us in good faith. In good faith, I thank you. The Guardian
That was nice of
Gate
him.
is open. Go and claim your reward. But before this, I have another boon to ask of you. You have cut out the Dwergar blight, but not its source.
In your mind's eye, Spore shows you a drow striding among myconid dead.
Not the lever.
Near. This one is called...
You like that lever, don't
He
you?
hunted us. Hunt him in turn. Bring me his head, and I will know my circle is safe.
Alright, we got another person on our list.
Guess we could lend a hand, right?
You are absolutely correct. You're racking up quite the body count.
I ask a boon, and will give one in return. The drow lurks in the ruins beyond the lake. Bring him death, and return.
Nice. Alrighty. Let's find the...
The loot cave opened.
Oh, where's the cave?
And yeah.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's the cave. Alright, that's the cave.
Wait for me, I only have little legs.
I'm the dwarf. What do you mean you have little legs?
Lump mating rituals?
An odd book for a drow to carry.
Hold on, I'm gonna read a book.
I'm gonna
hello.
pick up some things.
Something's playing.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Cutscene.
I'm in a conversation.
Oh.
The cover proudly announces this book to be Flump Mating Rituals.
I feel like that's a... Oh, I can help with the bonus.
Oh, what's the bonus?
Apparently I gave you... Oh, no, you have Tied to Chaos, so... That's an advantage thingy-majiggy. Hi there, Opbuster. Welcome. You have advantage. You just need to roll a 15.
Hey.
Nice! Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it.
The scrutiny proves too much. The lurid text melts away before your eyes. An illusion.
Nice.
What remains are simple instructions written in a spare hand. The secret to forging adamantine.
Oh, that's the cool Marvel metal, isn't it? Like Wolverine's claws thing?
Mm-hmm.
An adamantine forge.
Awesome.
Think of the masterwork.
Shadow of Mezzo something or other. What's the shadow of
I think that's for
That's for rogues.
stealth people.
Shrouded in Shadow. You're a stealth person, aren't you?
So I'm a mix, but I'll take it because I get advantage on it then.
Alrighty then. There you go. It's in your inventory now.
Ooh. I look cool now.
Still look like a tiefling.
Weefling.
You just got your horns just like sticking through the hood.
They'll never know I'm a tiefling.
They'll never know as I wear this. The horns are just accessories. So yeah, but yeah, welcome to the stream, Opbuster. Yes, I am a himbo zebra who will just do D&D night with the boys. With me tonight is my regular co-host in this sort of event, Code the Yoshi, and joining us as a guest is Strawby.
Meow meow.
Sometimes they meow. How's it going? Meow. I put my cat on the.
Wait, hang on. That was the wrong thing. The cat goes moo.
So.
What made grooves like that?
Sharp, deep, and still fresh. Some monster did this, marking its territory.
All right, good to know. Someone of us can pass the check. Ooh, toadstool. No, do not.
You silly Billy.
What is this feeling?
Okay, apparently Karlak is a mushroom enthusiast for some reason.
It'd be the Outlands that give her that.
Oh, a hook horror.
Yeah, I just noticed that. That might be what it was. So, any way to clear these? I got one idea, but you might not like it.
Hold on, let me go down these vines. Oh.
You were gonna blow it up, weren't you?
I was gonna blow it up. There's a lot of them over there, by the way.
You give me a sec. I'm just gonna pick up this thingamadoog. And then...
Hang on. Before you do something stupid.
Well, I was just gonna fire an arrow at it. Alright, now you can
There's someone in the middle of that.
You silly, you've killed him.
Grant! You done fucked up.
Oh my god. explosion!
I might play as a kobold if I had the mods. If they added them as a creature
I'm
later
pretty
on.
sure it's a mod. I think there is a kobold. Do you think he's alive?
Oh, he is fucking dead. I can already see his corpse.
Cookie for Strawby.
You numpty.
Oh,
it was Balin! That was the guy the chick was looking for!
Wait, what chick?
That was the guy the chick at the village was looking for in the mushroom village.
Have you seen Balin?
You just fucking nuked him.
Have you seen his husband?
I can open the quick save. Or we can resurrect him. Cookie for Jason.
Let's see if we can resurrect him with the resurrection thing.
Alright, hang on.
No, it have to be a playable character.
Where's my... Oh, I don't have my scroll because I used it previously.
Wait, casting spells is being blocked.
Yeah, because we're in an anti-magic field.
Target must be a playable character.
Ah, okay. Loading the game.
Grant just killed him.
I didn't think there was someone in the field, okay? I thought it would be a convenient... Yeah, let me just get this smoke out of the way. And then it was just like... Pew pew, pew pew, pew pew, pew pew, pew pew.
Fucking explosions everywhere.
Everywhere.
Grant, you are a numpty.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We can all agree on Grant's numptyism.
Yes. Oh, okay, hopefully this is the end of the conversation and not the beginning.
Can we just get some Fs in the chat for Grant blowing him up?
If there's enough...
Never mind about you, Code. Grant should be a kobold now.
Greets
Grant should
you
be a
with
kobold.
harrowing elegy, cheerless as the new moon. You are one.
At this you
We've already, like...
But before the...
In your mind.
This near sounds like bad news. Guess we could lend.
Oh, for all those biddies! 555 biddies for Grant.
Ooh, thank you so much. Oh, why didn't that work? Hang on a sec. Why are the videos not playing from the alert thingy-majiggies? That's annoying. I move so many videos. Why? Why does it do this? Also, who dehimboed me?
That would be
Xerix.
Jason. No, Xerix.
Xerix. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna go into the alerts thingy-majiggy and see if I can get the thingy-majiggy running again. So cheering, it was at least 555 bits. Oh my goodness, you know exactly where this thing goes to? Hang on. You ready for this?
Alright, go for it.
These, my boobies, my massive fucking titties, my super stuffed up milkies, my
I forgot I
honker
got
bonker
this one.
doinkies, my fucking fabric stretching wind
I
flapping
forgot I got this
crappy
video and I was like, there's no way someone will do
Super
550
dope.
bits. Just get oh, these, my boobies. But someone took my boobies.
Alright, I'm gonna go over here and try and rescue this guy.
Alrighty then,
I want you guys to stay the fuck away.
Noted.
I could do it in the snap of the fingers.
Oh, it put in a cutscene.
Oh, did we already pick up everything from here? I guess we did.
Please, scroll. Escape. My bag, please. I've dropped it somewhere.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
Hold up.
Yes, that's... Yes!
Strawby, you good?
Alright, can we do an F5 here? Because I'm gonna need to throw this shit.
You don't have that good of a...
It's only a 10. It's only a 10, so let's hope.
Oop.
Everyone clench your butt!
Yay! Cookie for the Op Buster. You would do 5,000, but you didn't have 200 euros lying around. I would not expect people to throw like 5,000 bits to me. 555 is amazing. Thank you so much, Op. I'm pretty sure that puts you at like the top of the scoreboard now for bits. Oh, no, Talon Fizz somehow has more. I did not think there was anyone else. I forgot it was September, so people threw bits in during the month.
What are you doing down here?
You're just talking to him again? Oh, yeah.
I was looking for... I must... need to go. For you. Your trouble. Ta.
Ta-ta.
I got a scroll of invisibility from that.
Oh, neat.
And you know what, Grant? You know what, Grant? Just for you, I'm gonna light these on fire.
I can't see him. Is he out of there, at least?
Yeah, he's out of there.
Yep, I see him.
Explosions.
Who's Bibberbang?
Bibberbang of the mushrooms. Grant, remember, do not activate the mushrooms.
These flowers. What is this feeling?
Grant, did you...
Give me a sec.
I'm just going back up to the village quickly. I'm going to speak to what's-her-face up here. Ah, you're already speaking to her. Hang on, I think you'll need to stop speaking to her when you're doing some trading. Grant, what are you doing?
I'm fighting something.
Oh, God damn it, Grant, we can't leave you alone for 5 fucking seconds, can we?
No.
Time for a soft touch.
It's funny hearing Code say that when he got ganged up by mudmen.
Quiet, you. Don't make me sit on you.
Is all that matters.
Do it. You've seen everyone's seen the cake I got. I will sit.
Cookie for Shrubby, once again. Did I see the abysmal launch of Payday? Oh yeah, I've heard. It's an online only game. Like, here's the thing. Payday 2 was a messy launch at launch as well. Like, Payday, it does, like, there has been no games as a service that has actually done like a perfect launch or anything like that. That is a fantasy for any of the ones that have been popular, like Payday 2, for instance. There we go. The hook horror is defeated. No biggie.
How farther can I go?
Oh hey, there's another portal thingy-majiggy. This is the ancient sigil for the Susser tree.
I'm reloading, so I'll be there in a second.
I can't cast spells because of the anti-magic field. Just be aware.
Oh, what happened? Did you freeze? Did you?
Yeah, there's a funky crash.
Well?
Oh no, I think Kitty froze.
Galen, there you are. Did you bring the noble stock?
The what?
Noble stock?
Oh, now what are we fighting?
Another hook horror up there. And there's Philro the Forgotten. Is he temporary hostile? No, he's just hostile. Okay, then.
I'm rejoining now.
Alright.
Well, when I get an invite.
Oh, yep, sorry.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Multiplayer, invite. If it will let me. Come on. Multiplayer, invite. Multiplayer, invite. Alright, hang on. It's gonna take a minute. Ooh, let me see. Oh, I can't shove. Damn it. Alright. Ooh! Let's see if this works.
You gotta leave combat. So good.
Nah, it won't let me hit the plus. Like, won't show up like the Steam thingy-majiggy when I do plus. Alright. You now have 32 health to deal with. And you can't cast spells.
The fuck is this guy smoking?
I don't know. Oh, I'm asleep. You got a plan?
Yes. Will the plan work? Not sure.
Give it a try. See what happens. This is why...
Fingers!
Nice! Don't die.
I'll attempt not to.
Mm-hmm.
I've been hypnotized. Are you still joining in, Kitty?
Well, for some reason, like, if I go multiplayer... and
As you're in combat.
Yeah, that's probably the issue.
No! No!
Jimmy on the go.
Karlak, sweetie, if you could just kill that man, that'd be lovely,
My
thanks.
little trick.
Mm-hmm. I am no longer hypnotized.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, he's a tough cookie. Hopefully I don't die.
That would be bad. Why do I get hypnotized?
I don't know.
Boom.
There we go. There we go. Alrighty, multiplayer, hit the plus. Nope, still won't let me. Alright, I'm gonna save here. Like, I'm gonna do a proper save, exit out of the session, and then we'll...
Oh, invite through Steam, maybe.
Sorry?
Invite through Steam, rather than in-game.
Okay. Friends. The main menu. Yeah, I can do invite to watch, but that's it, so...
Ah, heck.
Yeah, sorry. This kind of stuff can happen. It can happen. But it's okay, because at least it's not fully broken. Oh my god, my neck. Press any key to continue. And then we continue the game. And then I should be able to invite people back in. Nose.
There's an idea.
What's the idea?
I've been trying to think of a build that I could try with a sorcerer. And the one thing that entered my mind was doing something similar to the Dragon Disciples build in Pathfinder, which sort of has uses of both monk and sorcerer. But I just got to figure out how to put the two together.
Okay, okay. Alright, so yep. So Strawberry's in with their strawberry character code.
I'm just getting the invite now.
Radio. Alright. Resume.
Time to press ahead.
Potato!
Potato?
Cabbage. Alright, what's in the pouch? Nothing.
Widdly wee potato?
Fish. And fish.
So what did that guy have?
He's down there. There's a half-eaten gnome.
Hang on, what's going on? I gotta...
Yoshi started a conversation with someone.
Chill runs through you.
Something's happening to my magic.
Within is fading.
There's a tree that is being... Call on your ancestor. You will not
Your
submit.
magic erupts, violent and powerful, but is snuffed out by the Susa flower, vanishing like embers in the wind. For the first time in memory, you're without magic. You feel...
No, that's your thing. I'm gonna... Alright, so you got something... So yeah, the reason for it is because there's a tree that's doing all kinds of nonsense, by the by. So don't think too hard about it.
Who's in combat?
Me. Again.
Not anymore.
Oh, thank you. Ooh, scribbled notes. What does it say? Protector, guardian of the Adamite Forge from Magma Rose, only in Magma Destroyed. Hot hammer. Hot hammer. Where? A small map is drawn underneath, marked by numerous X's. The following words are scratched beneath it. Diorn knows. Whoever the fuck that is. Alright. Oh, it's because of that thing. Pick up that flower.
I can't pick it up. I'm sort of ended my turn.
Oh.
Flower is bad
I've
for
got-
magic users. Don't touch flower.
Yeah. I'm not gonna touch it.
You were
I
hoping
get the feeling it just called for help.
Attracting too much attention.
There we go.
What is this, a murder?
You murder it fast enough and it's not a problem.
There's another one.
Another what?
Over here.
Like up above?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, can I pick up the flower while we're on the way up there?
I mean, you can pick up the
I'm in a
flower and play
conversation.
with it.
Time to skulk about.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
There we go.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, that was the flower that was doing it.
Don't waste a step.
I think you can actually get a hook horror as a pet.
Bye forever, pal.
That thing's totally gonna jump.
Yeah.
Yep. Ooh.
Just fucking butt stomps on Herkin.
Incoming.
There we go.
How do you feel getting butt stomped on?
Yeah, it's not great. Can you be a werewolf in this game? I don't know. I don't think so.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Sipping time
I
sponsored
picked up
by
bark.
Serdragonx
Oh,
88.
nice. Oh, it must have been because of... There must have been something in here to help with the forge.
Yeah, it was the bark, not
No.
the flower.
Oh. Well, we got a lot of flowers for anti-magic shit. Fact about space. The solar system in the universe, the moon is lemon-shaped. No, I'm pretty sure it's a circle. I'm pretty sure it's spherical. The moon is not lemon-shaped.
Continue reading what they're saying.
Milky Way smells of rum. Weighs the same as the human... I refuse to read the rest. Because code... Oh, no. It was Alias that... I thought it was Code that farted, but turns out it was Miss Alias over there.
I did no such thing!
You fart
exists.
so
Code
often.
did it.
You fart
I do
so
not.
often in my chat.
The rock under your feet juts upwards,
even I failed
forming
the
a
survival.
perfect in memory of Myrna, a shining light in this dark world.
I
May you
do
forever
not
gaze
fart all
upon
the
the
time in your
lake you
chat.
love
That
to
is a
play in.
blatant lie.
All right. Well, do I dig up this grave?
I mean, if you want.
All right. Cool. Thank you, Code, for the 50 bits while you fart in my room.
The skeletal
I did
remains
not.
of a large dog wearing a chunky leather collar.
Strange collar. It's got roots.
Wait, is this the collar that our dog has?
It looks fairly similar.
Yeah.
Oh! I've seen something with that collar, actually. There is actually something funny. If you put it on Asterion, there's a part later on where you can find a button and press it, and it makes the collar vibrate on Asterion.
Oh.
Oh, different collar?
Mm-hmm.
Well...
And Asterion... It actually kind of makes Asterion horny when you do it.
All right.
That is the only thing of that I've seen that like you probably wouldn't even care about.
All right, so where's the... Okay, that's telling me to search the cellar. The beach... Okay, we need to take the boat.
Arcane Tower's over here.
Yeah. All right, so we're taking the boot.
No,
Let's
before
get
we go
away.
boat.
Eh?
No.
Oh, before we go boat?
There's an entire place we haven't explored.
Oh yeah, up here.
Okay. Making my way through the Underdark. Who knows how
Making
dark
my
it
way
gets.
downtown,
See,
walking
look
fast.
where I am.
Days is past and I'm homebound. Na. Well, stop. Don't go too far in.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
I'm just taking cover.
Give him a quick minute.
Can't risk being in open view.
Don't run so fast. I'm full of chocolate.
Oh. Garlic failed the hiding thing.
Oh, my hand slipped.
Oh, I could go for a good
Excuse me
meal.
while I just,
Oh, there's somebody there.
These boots have seen everything.
Oh. Oh, the arcane turret. Okay.
I could go for a good meal.
I would dash if I were you.
Shadow lag. On my way.
Oh great, I got another one locked on my face.
Yeah, it seems to be multiples.
I would send Karlak over to attack the turret over here.
Oh, you mean
you
that
can.
one there?
Yeah.
Well, Karlak's kind of already on the other side, so...
And what's more is it's sturdy, so it needs to be at least 10 points of damage, and it can't be slashing or piercing, otherwise it will, you know, not work. Hence why I'm doing like a long loop-de-loop with her. Where's my dash? There it is.
It's just resistant, it's not immune.
No, it's not immune, but resistance still halves it.
Oh, there's a chest over there, too.
Alright, let's see the turrets do their thing. Cool. They fail because they're just that dumb.
Don't burn yourself.
I don't know which way to go.
Hey.
Why are people farting in my chat? Alright. Code?
Yes? I am probably gonna run over this way, I think.
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping that the ballistas here protect Carla. No, they don't. Alrighty, question. Can I reach that in time? Probably not.
Big butt Yoshi in the way as usual.
Hey, it's not my fault my big butt is in the way. It's your fault for...
Yes! Stop farting in the chat! What are you doing? What are you eating? Someone's farting in my chat.
We're not farting in your chat. My god, man.
Also, there's another turret over this ways.
Mm-hmm.
The audacity.
The audacity.
Waiting on you, Code.
Oh, sorry. I was just farting in Grant's chat. I mean, I didn't do anything!
The smell is terrible. I am just going to exit stage, right?
Poor Grant. You're gonna run out of bits eventually. I'm gonna lockpick this chest.
Someone is.
You're gonna get hit.
Cool. Natural 20. Ooh, Sunbreaker.
There we go.
Oh, fuck, I thought I just hit Karlak then.
No, you're good. Is that everything?
Is there another?
No, it looks
like it.
Moving it.
By the way, I got a weapon that might suit Karlak, by the way.
Oh, neat. Drop it in the inventory.
Boom.
Is this the arcane?
Karlak's.
Oh, yeah,
It's
I
a
saw
ham.
that earlier. But she's got a stronger one, the Faithbreaker.
Oh, boo. Well, you know.
You know. Also, why are we on turn-based again?
More turrets.
Oh. Should we perhaps think of a different means of... Oh, hang on. I have an idea. We can probably do it, like, are they going to shoot us from out here, is the question. No? Good. Alright, here we go. Damn it, you can't jump on...
That's it.
I was hoping you could jump on the pipes.
Maybe go
No way to ignite these.
to the door.
Strange.
Does it open? Nope.
I can think it's locked.
If you move out of the way.
If you're happy and you know it.
Unlocked.
Pick the lock.
There we go.
If you're motherfucking happy, help your motherfucking... I can't do that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not
Lemons.
good.
Friendly looking shadow.
Take down, Mr. President.
Never wanted the easy part.
Mr. President! Get down!
Fuck me.
If I could save time. Code, you idiot.
You're gonna need to...
Use fire
if you-
resistant.
Yeah, it's...
Force damage.
Yep, fire
Well-
resistance, it gets halved. Lightning damage, it's vulnerable to, so lightning damage against it is doubled. And you need to do at least 10 damage, otherwise it doesn't get any damage.
Well, excuse me for being our pyrotechnic in this goddamn campaign.
Making me sweat.
Fine, I'm just gonna
Equals
steal
in
from
Warlock.
this chest.
Alright, let's see.
I'm sorry, what was that? What did you say?
Oh, I can do it as a range.
Nothing.
Interesting.
I'm watching you.
Need to
I'm
learn the
watching
hard
you.
way. If you insist.
I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching you.
Soldier, I need your help.
What's wrong, Grant?
Light on my feet.
Give me a second. Wait, don't you have lightning thingamadoogies, Strawby?
Yeah, but that's spell slot stuff.
Oh, okay.
And it only costs once. Eldritch Blast costs twice with a high chance of hitting.
Wounds. Too much to bear.
It's okay, I'll get it.
Oh, she's dead. She dead.
I got a scroll of Revivify, it's okay.
I got one. I'm already on it.
Need some oil over here.
I think we need a short rest.
Do I need to turn off the farts?
What's going on, Grant? It's something happening.
Yeah, there are people farting in the chat.
What? Who would do such a thing?
What path lies before me?
Lady Alias would do that. That's who.
That chest. I can feel its magic.
A lady would never fart.
Ooh, cause you.
Featherfall, protection from good and evil, mage armor. Ooh, I'll pick up the gold ingot and the heartlight bomb.
Oh, there's an elevator over here.
No way to ignite these. Strange.
Don't. Okay. Before you rush ahead,
we might want to rest.
We go? Yeah, rest and maybe go down, up.
Hang on.
Short rest.
Over here, everyone.
Extra thick. Thank you for the extra thick. How's it going, Alias? Ooh, what's in here?
Ah, down the fungal.
Oh, the things came back online.
Let's march.
Huh? They can do that.
Oh, it's turned off. There you go. It's powered down.
Oh.
Let's ride.
How was that?
What was it? Yeah, here. I got this.
Got what?
Wherever it is.
I am going to increase that because I didn't think I'd get spammed with fart noises for like 50 cents.
Feels good.
Go.
Wait.
Pick up. And then, so wooden barrels. Send to camp.
Your spells of 1 level or higher heal all creatures within a 3-meter radius for 1 to 2. Oh my god.
Just to confirm, you didn't have a barrel filled with like explosives held on by Karlak, did you?
Not on Karlak, no.
All right, cool. So I just had I was just moving away some of the whatsmahoozies barrels that were in our inventory.
Wait, Strawberry, you're all the way down on the ground floor.
Oh,
I gave you all Featherfall.
I'm busy exploring this shit. Also,
ooh, I think
water barrels.
Timax spores. That's the thing the dude wanted.
Donk.
And the Tongue of Madness over here.
Yeah, Tongue of Madness. Just be careful getting too close to those.
Does she still have feather falling is the question.
Nope, none of you have feather falling.
Radio, noted.
I have a...
And right now, I can't give it to you because, for some reason, you two have those damn flowers on you.
No, we got it.
Out of my mind. And, well, in it.
Want to see me pick this lock?
Want to see me pick this lock?
Want to see me do it again?
Did it.
I wanted to pick it.
So where's the Tongue of Madness?
Then through.
It was in the room you were in that you jumped down.
Oh.
Cillian, thingy-madoogie, a candle.
I pinged it.
Well, the
Okay.
good news is we have the... Oh, hello.
What's that?
There's a basement here,
Way
too.
big.
Oh.
And you two need to get rid of those fucking flowers.
Alright, give me a second.
Ever. Well, I picked mine up for a reason, but I'll let Grant do it.
Hang on a second. Ding. Type. Where's the flower? There it is. Send to camp.
What's the story?
No, she's not holding any flowers.
What to do?
Oh, you silly Billy. Okay.
Can't slow down.
So...
Oh, we can use the flowers in the generator, can't we?
Okay, I'll do it.
Yep.
Ready for a cutscene?
Yep.
Yep.
The Sassy Nabaka's cutscene.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Ears getting a little bit weird. What was... Oh.
Oh, the turrets have deactivated.
Oh, that would have been great to... Oh, that's how they turn on. A lot of craziness going off in this tower. Oh, and there's a top floor too.
So hopefully now we won't have to worry about those damn turrets.
Hopefully so.
Okay, well, let's go up floor by floor.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Also, let's do a team vote before we go up.
Well, I'm only on the first thing. A necklace that gives you detect thoughts. I think I'm already wearing some... I got a necklace that gives me speak to the dead.
I'll take the detect thoughts if you don't want it.
Okay.
Because I don't have one.
Yep, alright. Strawby. There we go. Alright. Anything in the crates?
Ew, that's ugly.
Just trying on random shit. Ooh, what's in the
I'll try on your random shit.
Dragon egg mushroom, rogue something or other, and a bulwark something or other.
Well, this lighting does not look good on my character. I look old.
Alright. Ascend?
Yep.
There.
Okay, well, okay, this is the floor we need to look at.
Timath's
got the spores
spores.
here.
And where was the tongue of madness?
Here it was. Over here. I saw it in the corner.
Ooh, another,
Alright, do we want to head back to the other dude and drop them off?
Sent to camp.
We still got stuff to do here.
Alright, we'll head... We'll continue what we're doing here. So what do we want to do now?
We want to probably go up to the top floor, I'd imagine, because...
Seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
We just need to get back inside.
Ooh. Thank you, MS Lady Alias, for the tier 1 gift sub
thank
to
you.
Morse Amalgam.
Thank you, Alias, for the gifted sub to Morse. I really appreciate it. I wonder, is Morse in the chat? Who knows? I don't know. Alrighty, are we ready to ascend?
Hang on, Strawberry's looking at something, but come up to the next floor.
Oh, because you can just do it as individual. Oh, Strawberry's already up here.
Mm-hmm.
This is just the level we were on. This is the one we want to go to. Okay, this one we need to look around.
There's a...
Wait, did you have that collar?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, put it on and press the button.
I'm not listening to you about that after what Code talked about. I don't believe you one bit.
No, that's a different collar.
Fine, then give me the collar and I'll push the button.
Oh, I organized this inventory, so I have no clue where it is. Here it is. Dog collar, send to code.
Alright, I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna press the
Bookie.
button. Okay.
What button?
Clever. Food is dispensed for anyone wearing this collar.
Oh.
Oh. Only one serving for me, I guess.
Aww.
Ooh, a letter from Emma or something or other. Oop. Ding. Read. Not sure I should say this, but your last letter really worried me. Why in the hells would you tame a bullet? Just because you found it near mine Rosgate doesn't mean that's the sign. I'm really worried about you. A bullet is not a pet. Using it as a guardian is one thing.
Paid me to say Grant. Is your Discord working?
I don't know. Possibly. Also, I need to stop my tits. There we go. I know people were saying like it was like not responding for a bit and such, but me, Code, and Strawberry are just communicating via Discord, so... Yay! Congratulations on your new badge, Ladios.
I think there have been some hiccups with Discord, Bookie. don't reload at the moment. Apparently, Jason tried reloading and it's blocked him from the Discord. So possibly at the moment, everyone just don't touch anything.
Dink. Donk. Dink. Huh. Are we ready to go up another floor?
Hang on. We found something, so there's chat going on.
Without a cipher or primer to aid you, the disk's message could be near impossible to discern.
Seek a pattern in the writing, perhaps?
Yes, it blocked me too. Yep, see, there you go.
Chaos time.
Bookie
Why
Bar
are
would pay
people
me to
doing
say,
that?
Grant, can you tell Cody that Discord also blocked me?
Yeah, he can read the chat, like...
I'll use the one I got from earlier. Why not?
I could very much recruit people.
Try again.
No matter how hard you try, you can't make any sense of
Never.
the symbols. You should
Do you want to
take
give
disc
the
to Lae'zel.
thingamajiggy to me?
She might know more about it.
Oh, Lae'zel might know it. Stash the disc in your pack.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Send.
There you go.
Oh.
New sounds to dampen like a pressure break.
Did you ascend?
Wait, are you good? Are you doing silly things?
I went up, you know...
You're doing things without pointing at the party?
I went up one floor.
This is why we can't trust him with things.
Art thou, friend, a rescue from my lonely wake?
Come out of love for me, not love for blood and steel. Come on as you see fit, my lord, my liege.
Nice. He was just doing a poetry.
Okay. I'll talk because I read all the books.
How can I trust? How will I ever know? There is a... Oh, fine. I wanted to talk to him!
Okay.
I wanted to...
You can talk. It just, you get little... Because if you go around and read all the little books in the tower, they'll tell you what each thing does. You can say it, but just be warned. Consequences.
This is why F5 is a thing. There is a light in every little thing. It's crawling towards the surface to survive. No. How will I ever know? How can I show myself, my darkest me?
You do not the deepest secret show. Reveal the truth. Give what you wish to see.
There we go. That wasn't so hard.
Good go.
I can poetry slam.
-1 in charisma.
Look, I can poetry slam. That's why I risk the -1 charisma in these games. Charisma for non-spell people is a dump stat, okay? There is no grand advantage in going charisma if you are a non-magical person like me. Broken machinery up the wazoo and all that kind of nonsense.
You wanna see something funny?
Okay, let's see it.
Okay, we'll go to...
You failed a wild magic check. Thank goodness.
Welcome in this house.
What were you trying to do?
She is now a halfling. There's like there's two more options now. Because there was only 3 options. Now it's only 2.
Don't be afraid, sweet girl.
His hands close around the air next to your face, as if he's taking the hands of someone taller.
What can I do? Say, would you like a hug?
I'm gonna take the wild guess that it was a...
For just a moment. Let it out. Remember, you are loved, Lenore, so much. You're doing great. And everyone will be so proud of you. As I already am.
I got a hug.
Cool.
Aww. You got a huggy wuggy. I kind of like the look of the spear on his back.
Neat. Alright, hang on a second.
Is that a murderous intent I hear?
No, I'm just saying I like the design of it. It looks pretty cool.
You can't pickpocket.
And I can't wield it anyway, so... Can you... Of course you can have a hug. Let's see. You've got hug, exclamation point, hug at...
Yeah, I
person,
do.
Don't you?
Yeah, I got a hug. Look at this.
See, look, there we go.
Right.
Everyone's hugged Bookie.
There we go. Ooh, another water barrel I can pick up.
Is there even anything left here for us?
Don't think so.
Do we want to head back to the camp? Head back to the fungal place then.
Probably best.
Oh, ooh!
What did you start?
He dropped a ring of guiding light, and then I put it on, and it said it lit up the thing. Huh?
To aid you, the disc's message could be near
You guys still here?
You found it as well?
No matter how hard you try, you can't make any.
It's an intelligence thing. Well, you now got a ring of guiding light.
But it revealed a button, it said.
Okay, where's the button?
Let's have a look. Oh,
Whereabouts
bottom,
you at?
because very bottom, very bottom.
Okay, very bottom. Wait for me.
This far down.
Alright. Now what? Descend? Oh, the button disappeared.
Oh, let me get back up. You'll go first.
Yay.
Okay, we found some sort of hidden...
And it gives you a shortcut to go to the top floor. Hey, basilisk oil!
Arcane... Staff of Arcane Blessing.
Nice. Ooh, a scroll of detect thoughts, burning hands, and magic weapon.
Mysterious Blessing. Bless grants an additional 1d4 saving throw and weapon attack rolls when an additional 2d4 to attack spell attack rolls. That could be useful for me.
A ring. I can't be electrocuted now, and I have resistance to lightning damage.
Tongue of Madness.
This also has Bless.
Bless is good.
So I can go, Hachu! Oh, bless you.
And then there's a giant metal door.
Oh, thank you.
I bless you, my
Oh,
child.
the arcane, like...
Where the boots are you?
Found the secret entrance.
Hang on, there's a row of books here that nobody's searched.
Oh yeah, books do things.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Yeah, I did. That's how I was able to get out here.
Quick, someone redeem lever.
No, do not redeem lever.
Very glad Shadowheart and Lae'zel settled things without letting any blood. I would have enjoyed the spectacle, but not losing either one of those lunatics.
Alrighty.
Hey, you said no one to redeem lever. You didn't say anyone to do the command for lever.
Oh, you're so clever, aren't you? Hey, another flower.
Oh no, more flowers.
Something over there.
Ooh, what's in here?
What'd you find?
Chest.
What's in the chesticles?
Boots of haste, weave, acorn, and gold. Nice.
Boots of haste?
No. A scroll of haste.
You said boots.
I said scroll, and then I said other things.
I heard boots.
Oh. Scroll. Cookie for Bookie! Weave, moss, acorn. Yeah. Ooh.
Did you see it?
Does someone want a ring that gives you +1 Arcana and +1 religion?
Yeah, I could use something like
Give
that.
it
Might
to,
as well.
Give it to, card.
Nice. Alrighty then. Matt. I'm gonna head back to the colony because I am interested in the funkies. Where is the dude with the... There he is. I wonder if he has a problem if I'm holding this flower.
I greet you, child of the sun.
You might want to trade out the
How
flower.
has your search for the mushrooms fared?
He's not having a problem. Found the mushrooms you were looking for.
These are fine specimens. It will only take me a moment to brew them to proper potency.
Omeluum turns away to prepare the potion, lost in its own musings.
Nice.
You must drink the entire draught. I can make no promises as to its taste.
Quick
It's
save.
fucking delicious.
Drink the potion.
The acidic liquid tightens your throat, burning on the way down. It's a bolt of agony straight to your stomach.
Not a drop left. Very good. As the potion influences your mind, you may find yourself acting irrationally. Try and stay focused.
Like alcohol. Brilliant.
The world loses its edges, its finer boundaries. You are fluid, but trapped like a creature suspended in amber.
I lost the cap. Use meditation to clear the mind. I just passed that difficulty.
Drawing on a lifetime of practice, you center yourself. Your body is an anchor, implacable and calm. The tadpole spasms, seizes. It's fighting the potion even harder than you are. Fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deeper, as if it means to hollow out your skull.
Which one would wall off your mind from the psionic seizure?
Hang on, let me give you bless.
Thank you.
Try again.
Yep, I got some inspiration. There we go.
Try not to fuck it up.
Will do.
Cold blades lose their edge. You are stalwart, turning that
Excuse
tide
you.
of fear against itself. The parasite swells with power. More power than you have ever felt before. It surges and twists, lashing out against that which would dare to intrude. The parasite in your mind quiets, pleased with itself.
Cookie for Jason.
Omeluum, are you well?
Oh, Lemon was trying to get into our brain.
Like nothing I have ever observed before. Its power is unsettling.
I felt it grow inside me.
Such an outcome was not in my calculations. There is more to this being.
You listening to my streams and it sounded like someone busted a nut? Yeah, Lemon over here winced in pain because the tadpole was not happy.
Yeah, see, if it was me busting the nut, you would have heard.
And we don't hear a thing because the Discord does the thingamadoogs. There was like a burp earlier on. That was me.
Damn Discord, and it's stopping the...
What's next? Cutting off my own head?
Crude destruction may not waylay a lava like this. But there is another possibility. I possess a ring of mind shielding. It prevents elder brains from noticing my presence. It will not remove the lava, but it will limit its influence, both positive
Incineroar keeps stealing
and
my
negative.
shirt.
I would offer it as a gift, but in truth, the ring is priceless. Is there anything you could offer me in turn?
I can't offer you my eye. How about I tell you more about the Nautiloid?
A fascinating topic indeed. What can you tell me?
I can't give you any bonuses on this one.
Get ready for this. not that. Definitely not that.
Do you have any more? You might want to have 5 before you make. Grant, you're a failure.
Yes. The neg 1 to intelligence has hurt me in this regard, rather than using like fucking dance or some shit, which probably could have been dexterity instead.
Dance with the Dan.
Excuse me. It's loading. It said mine failure to consume their hosted matter. Passive checks can reveal hidden details in the world around you. Explore thoroughly to discover Faerun's secrets.
A fascinating topic indeed.
Hey! First try.
What a brilliant experience. To feel one step closer to my ancestors is a fine gift indeed.
Nice.
Here, it is your. May it serve.
Nice. Helps not to judge a book by its cover, doesn't it?
Of course, the lava.
Yay, we now have a ring of mind shielding. Let's have a look. Where is the ring? Here's the ring. You have advantage on saving throws against being charmed. Cool. Bam. Why am I poisoned? Oh, because I drank something, that's why.
My colleagues.
Oh, you just.
There is rare magic in the Underdark too. Fair's rest.
You're just doing some interesting shit.
How much farther can I go?
Alrighty. Meow. Meow. Meow.
I wanted to see if he's got anything for trade that might be useful.
I suppose his hands are empty as a whole. We'll have
Oh,
to
the circlet of
Bane's got a
blasting.
job to do. We can leave when he's done his work.
Take that. The Baneful? No, can't use it.
Weak now, but he used to be a rotten
Whenever you
little
burn an
bastard.
enemy,
Using
you
his name
gain.
was the only good
Oh,
he ever did
yes,
by me.
please.
Collecting noble stock. Valuable
2
mushroom.
turns.
We've a
Okay.
shop in Baldur's Gate.
Oh, there's a
There's
life
nothing
bringer
it
here.
can't cure.
Life charges. When the wearer
Blindness,
gains
poise,
lightning
probably.
charges, they
But
also
Balin,
gain temporary
I know
hit
him
points.
better than anyone. Got the scars.
Hello?
I was gonna say, does that sound like something you'd want?
My friend.
Wait, what is it, a ring?
Next time.
It's
More careful
a
next
looks
time.
like a
Me
helmet.
too. Someone's got to look after that. Anyway.
Oh, is it heavy
What
or
do you say?
light?
It is a light helmet. It's a tiara.
Mushroom. She's very good, my dearest. Very
Damn it,
good
I
at
don't have
noble
enough
story.
gold. Does anyone have
And
almost
the legs.
303 of gold?
Yep, one moment.
One moment, por favor.
Split. What was it? 300?
303. But I can probably make up the difference with some of the other shit that I've got.
Bam. There you go. I took some candles.
Oh, did you take the candles from me, did you?
Check your inventory. Do you have more coin?
Yeah, I've got more coin.
Yay.
70 years of
Alright,
Don't mind me.
sell the cup. I'll keep the dog collar for now, because it's fun. The bones, I don't need.
I'm doing alright there, Bone. No, I am exploring. I am with my friend, Code and Strawby right now. We're, like, regularly splitting up. Also, thank you, yes. D20s, yes, they're natural. I like the shirt, and I thought it would be funny to wear for D&D related streams such as this one.
Do you have
Hello?
some gold on you, Kitty? Because I can buy it for you while I'm here. So I just need 171 gold.
Okay, let me split that.
What happened to the 400 gold I
121?
gave you?
Oh, hang on, that might make up the difference. Hang on, let me see if that'll make up the difference.
You can press a little button at the bottom, it does like a balance.
Yeah, so I need 70... At least 70 gold, then. That'll make up the difference.
Okay,
Cool, got it. There we go. Boom. And we cataloging mushy rooms. Alright, I'll give you that tiara. There you go. Oh, I think I might have accidentally traded your loot. Hang on, let me put that back in for you. There you go.
you robbing me?
Not on purpose, accidentally.
I'm gonna head to the Underdark Beach, because I think we need to take the boat next. That's the most we can do, I think. So far.
grows.
I want to talk to this guy quickly first.
What dude?
Greetings.
I want to see what wares he's got.
What knowledge do you seek?
You just spent so much gold, though. Why do you need more?
I'm just having a quick look. Elemental resources. If the wielder deals acid, fire, lightning, radiant, and necrotic damage, it becomes resistant to that damage type for 2 turns.
Sounds like something you need.
Yeah, but it's way too expensive, so I'm not gonna worry.
Cool.
I'm just seeing in case there was anything anyone might have missed. Just because we were all so quick to not even bother to check his items.
Yeah, because we'll find magical shit as we go along with the story and such. Sometimes good systems in D&D, the shopping is like the weakest thing. Like there isn't a. Like
Alright, so we're going to the Underdark Beach.
Yep. Dunk. Add to wares. Add to wares. Yep. Alright, cool.
Also, you might want to send those flowers to camp, by the way.
Once you board this raft, you'll head to the other side of the lake. Do you wish to continue? Yes.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky waters.
Looks like shit. Sail into the darkness. What's the worst that can happen in the Underdark while we sail into the darkness in the Underdark? Which is under darkness.
I have a tiara on my head. I'm a pretty princess.
Look at them. Look at him, chat. Look at this Yoshi. Oh, look at the Yoshi. literally just sitting there, like feet
there I
tucked
am.
in, and just being like,
Uh-oh.
All right. We can open with violence if we want to.
What are you doing on Gek's raft?
Well, at least they're looking at me first.
Calm your
Oh,
eyes,
look, they've got
Gek.
the absolutes on them.
Who are you?
Huh. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, I know what I'm doing.
Oh, Brand. Violence being the first thing you do.
Yeah. It's just like
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. Alright, we're probably just gonna start throwing things at him.
And fireball.
Yep, that would do it.
I don't care how big the room is. I cast fireball.
You'd think the boat would catch on fire, wouldn't you? Alright, let's see. Ah! I love how their word is ah. Alrighty, here we go.
I mean, I did a lot of damage to them, so... They've also got a chest up there. You might want to try and get your hands on it.
Alrighty then, give me a sec. Survival instinct. Infuse a creature with psionic force. If it reaches 0, it heals instead of falling What?
That's meant for friendly, not hostile.
Yeah, okay. Okay, maybe not that one. Nice. I'm just emanating an anti-magic field right now. Hellish Rebuke 2. Nice. You gonna multi-shot this thing? Nice.
I think you knocked some of them into the water just then.
That was cool.
Good hit.
Nice hit.
Stupid spell.
Motherfucker.
You are so lucky, Code.
In position.
What was that bomb?
That was a force grenade.
Oh.
That's a pushing grenade.
Alright. Can I hit that person? No, I cannot. Threatened. Why? Oh, an enemy is close. That's why. Okay. Bonk. In a large arc. Oh, I need 6 movement speed. Lacerate. Here we go. Reckless. There we go. Alright, Mr. Tiara. Good work. Alright, let's see, top is a 1d4. There we go.
He's kicked him.
Ah, damn it.
Soldier, I need your help.
Ah, get fucked. Your athletics failed. I thought I was outside of that guy's zone, but I realized if I could melee both of them, he could melee me. Yeah, there's an anti-magic field on me. There's a flower.
I told you to get rid of the flower.
It was helpful when I jumped on the other side and I only had to deal with them. You took the flower off me, didn't you?
Wait, why have I got the fucking flower?
Give me a second. Hold it for a second.
I sent it to camp.
Oh.
Oh, I was just gonna move it back, but you know.
It's too much trouble.
It is helpful.
It's not your
trouble.
property to give up. Hold on to
Too
it.
late. I sent it away. You put it in my inventory. It became my property.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
That was a good.
that?
Did you just wild magic again, hoping I wouldn't notice?
No.
A healing explosion.
So every time I use a level, you will heal around me.
There we go.
Bon voyage.
Ooh. Cool hammer.
Hey, what's in here?
I was worried that with like the combat would have us thrown back. Okay, so the intransigent warhammer is a 514, so it's a D10 with a D8 plus 4, and then does plus 4. You knock nearby foes prone after killing a hostile target or landing a critical hit, which I think is pretty cool. Like, that one is definitely going over to as like an alternative. Because let's see, 6 to 11, 5 to 14, 6 to 15. Yeah, so Faithbreaker is technically slightly larger because of the weapon enhancement, but because this thing has like the impulsive thing, I I think it's good.
You ready? Once you get back over here, I'll grab
We
the
take a
rudder.
short rest.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna give her that hammer and see. Oh, it's not even. It's just a normal, like, single-wielded hammer. Interesting.
I'm gonna use up the last short rest.
All right.
Emotional damage.
Get everyone over.
Yep.
Alright, I'm grabbing the rudder.
Craft is ready to sail.
Nice. Continue your journey. I love that I was able to just push that man off when he's like, "You there? What are you doing with my buddy's boat?" Push.
Sploosh.
Just like, punk. Alrighty. Where the fuck is this?
Don't know. But we're sailing. Sailing to the island. Coco Cabana. Okay, those don't look...
They look ornate.
Could this be the temple?
Possibly. Oh, more enemies.
Weapon at ready, lass. Company's calling.
What do we got here? Dead hoon walking, seems like. Got any reason I shouldn't sever your head and toss it to the Rothe?
The rest of you's failed. I am a true soul, and you will treat with respect.
You feel the
Nice.
slightest of stirrings
No,
in your head.
she didn't actually feel the
Dwecker
tadpole. She
is
says
not
migraine.
infected, yet your minds resonate.
I'll be. You ain't shitting. Felt the tingle.
Nice.
In that case, let's talk business. Your twat's old friend Nair caused a rockfall, trapped tighter than a hornet's arse.
Couple of known slaves stuck with him too. Little bastards.
You absolute shaggers owe us a crapload of coin. You want through? Make a donation.
Fuck you. I'd rather cut my own throat than hand my to a bloody...
Shit. Would love to see that. Now I'll clog your dwarf hole. I'm just busting your nads.
Nice.
But I'm warning you. That twat soul ain't settled up soon. There'll be hell to pay for the lot of you cult buggers.
Nice. Well, cool.
Look at that hairy chest through the armor.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Cover yourself up, lad.
Stop that. Hang on. F5 this.
What are you doing?
Just out of view. Carefully now.
Time to take a load off, isn't it?
Nope.
They're gonna see you.
Okay, I thought they would have some magical shit, but okay.
Not everyone subscribes to what is mine is.
Never wanted the easy path.
Well, at least
What did you do just then?
I just opened a chest, okay? Don't be worried. Alright, so we now have Underdark Grimforge.
Do we want to head back to camp or something? Because it's almost been 4 hours.
Dead drow public.
Because I'm sure you've got to get ready for work tomorrow, don't you?
Tomorrow is Saturday.
Oh yeah, you don't work, so okay, never mind.
It's not my turn to work Saturday this week. Thankfully. So yeah, we can keep on go. This is the benefit of playing the Friday night sometimes, is we can keep going.
Yeah.
Alright,
If you aren't here to inspect the and if you are, well,
cool.
What's this lad doing?
Oh, trading. Hang on.
How peculiar. Smooth face, cobbled edges.
Oh, I'm
They're a
talking to this
sign.
fellow.
They must be.
He's so polite.
Yeah.
A sun dweller in these parts. Look here, my topside friend. I need fresh eyes, and I doubt I'll find as rare as a smile in Shindelrin, you might say. But I've no skill for slaving. I prefer chisel to cane.
Interesting.
But these learned eyes reach their limits, and so I must humbly request yours.
Oh.
What you looking at?
The rock, the rubble, all of it, if I may be so bold. Take a look. Tell me what you see, and be thorough.
Shit. Hang on, I'll add a bonus. Oh, I can't. You're the only one who can add the bonus. Tides of Chaos.
Yeah, that's a weird one. It's a 10. What's the worst that can happen?
Something explodes.
Who knows?
Try again. One more time.
No, I didn't see it at all. There we go. See, we knew you could do it.
The statue's meandering curves and golden edges stand out against the weathered masonry behind it. 2 styles, 2 eras. The statue was carved from newer stone and erected by latecomers to this ancient fortress.
Huh.
Anything standing out?
Oh, do an investigation, see what that gets you. Ooh, critical success.
Boulders and stone bricks of various sizes clutter the corridor, many split cleanly in 2. Yet some walls remain fully intact.
Wonder why that is.
No quake brought these rocks down. They were smashed through in an instant. Something big charged through here. Something very big.
What do you think?
I think there's one more I need to do.
Perception.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh yeah, they were all just like basic difficulty 10s, which are all... So basically all of these have been medium difficulty rolls.
Can we do inspiration for one more try?
Yeah, we got one more.
That'll be the last one.
Clench your butthole.
That's not good. 2 out of 3 ain't bad though.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Nothing
Nice
odd
Man.
catches your eye.
Yes, the rubble. Oh, it was a great beast that tore these walls down. I should have known. The statue is newer than the fortress, you say. So obvious in hindsight. Alas, you've left me with more questions than answers. My survey continues. Well, let's see what you've got.
I'll just quickly peek into his inventory.
Okay, okay then. Well, I'm gonna...
Infernal alloy. Whoever wants to buy that.
Oh, yep, I will. I can do that.
There you go.
The past is nearer than we
I
think.
think you need that
Well, let's see
Karlak,
what you've
don't
got.
you?
Yep. There we go. Scrolls of Revivify. I'll pick up at least 1, sell my wares. What's something that's worth a lot? You would get a lot from the short sword, which is weird. So those wares.
That's all then.
Yep. Alright, let's have further elder random skeletons here and there.
Ooh.
Damage, dark justica. Ooh.
Wait, who uses medium armor?
This is okay. Hang on a sec. I'm going back to camp.
Look at the skeletons. You realize
No burial. Just slaughter. Damn.
We heading back to the campy camp?
Yeah, I was intending to because the dark armor
You see
thingamadoogie.
nothing special, just torn and faded velvet.
I'll keep an eye.
So hang on a second. So because I have a feeling, I'm just gonna.
Oh, these are like guys of Shah.
We need to
Yep.
get that near guy unstuck. Or those gnomes are done for.
I'll need you to say I can't for now. You heard me. Camp supplies, alchemy pouch, and keychain. Cool, thank you for the keychain.
Oh yeah, damaged Dark Justicar's armor.
Yeah, that's why I want to talk to... Where is she? There she is. Shadowheart. I want her in the party for this.
Also, shouldn't we talk to Lae'zel about that pendant thing too we found?
At some point, yes.
I don't think there'll be any more trouble between Lae'zel and I, if you were wondering.
Relax. Someone prodding at a newly opened wound doesn't help matters.
Join me.
All right.
Daddy Hazel.
So yeah, this is one of the disadvantages of having like only like custom characters is like there'll come moments like these where it's like, oh, I bet like I can sometimes see when they would want characters talking about something. All right, let's see, level 5, gives new spells, new trickery domain, destroy undead. When successfully turning an undead, it also takes 4 to 24 radiant damage. Yep, no, I'm fine with those things. I'm not gonna think too hard about her spells or anything like that. All right, let me go talk to What's-a-Mahoozy's lady. I really should think about getting the mod that's just like, let's have unlimited party slots.
Speak.
About the disc.
The disc appears in your mind's eye. Lae'zel sees it too and considers the vision.
Tissue markings. Ancient. The texts are enciphered, but I've solved the pattern. It's a story. About Orpheus.
Your head
Orpheus?
buzzes in concert with Lae'zel's, but it hardly matters. Even without the connection, you'd recognize her discomfort.
Githyanki writing. Every word a wheel. Every letter a spoke. The most powerful texts are engraved in slate. Some so ancient, only the most erudite Gish can read them. A traitor. A dead one. This text is heresy. I can hardly bear to read. Very well. I will read it
I don't
to
care
you.
if you feel bad for reading it, okay?
The Prince of the Comet, Part 1. So it was that we were free from Geich shackles and turned our blades on each other. The heavens were shattered, and one great empire was divided in two. Gith traveled to the Hells to broker help for her people, her cause. Vlaakith would have you believe Mother Gith proclaimed her our queen. Lies. Gith made no such proclamation. Vlaakith seized the empire against the Mother's wishes. But Gith had nurtured a son, Orpheus, Prince of the Comet, the true heir. He knew Vlaakith's treachery. Orpheus rallied Gith's honor guard and declared the throne for himself. The War of the Comet had begun.
Okay, so there was like a war with,
Disregard this,
you know,
this
the
drivel. Gith
basically
declared
leaders.
Vlaakith queen of the empire, and her own son defied her. Orpheus would have ceded control to the Geich.
And if true, it sounds like Valakith betrayed Gith and seized
She
the
did
throne.
nothing of the sort. Thank your good fortunes I'm a tolerant woman, or I'd have sliced off a few toes for suggesting it.
Dunk. Alright, cool. Alrighty, out of the camp we go. Let's see, does she say anything?
Let's get on with it.
It's forbidden to enter the Inquisitor's chambers, but I could not help myself. Has Master Ketheric not commanded us to use every possible tool to best Shar's rivals? Besides, if Sybil meant to keep the amulet a secret, she would have hidden it better. Cycle 4, T and 2. The amulet has gifted me a power, an energy. Rip the amulet from my throat, cast it in lava, having found me racked by laughter, the madness is lifted, but I do not yet know my penance. Sybil is not known to take pity on... God damn it, it would have been nice to know about, the amulet in a better time.
Yeah, I've just noticed something.
Go on.
All three of us have staves.
I'll go this way.
Mine's a quarterstaff for non-magical reasons, thank you very much.
Mine's a quarterstaff
You,
too.
grab a cane and whip these droognin beasts into shape. That rubble needs clearing, and my patience is hanging on by an arse whisker.
Almost sounds like you're asking for help.
Sounds like your arse wants for a lap. Something spooks the dumb shits. So stop your joy.
I can speak to them to get them to
work
remove the boulders.
Look at them, all that brawn and that
Still breathing, despite everything.
Spell... Ooh, alchemy.
I'm not gonna do it, but it's gonna... Okay.
Yeah, nothing is.
And animal friendship and friendship. Oh, either one doesn't matter.
Nice.
Yay!
No more! No more pain, no more work! All must die!
That doesn't sound good.
All right. We will work. We will do as we're told. We will clear the way.
And now we can kill these guys once they're done.
Nice.
Not enough caning for my tastes, but you got the job done. I almost feel bad about this.
You'll be feeling even worse in a moment.
Bloody Rose, they have lost it. Put him down!
Hey, they're on our side, hopefully.
They are. And you have a shove, love. Done. There goes two of them.
Nice.
Now you see what I was cooking over here.
Mm-hmm.
You were waiting for me for that, weren't you?
I was just like, befriend the animals, go up here.
Nice. There we go. And then... Good thing I stunned him. Oh, I should have gotten out of the way.
Here it comes.
Oh, that's not good. Oh,
Emotional damage.
There we go.
Take a look at the status effect I have.
At the end, trigger a
magic.
random effect. Oh, that's 4 turns. You got to do it. At the end of turns.
Scale mail, wooden shield, some mushrooms and fish.
A whipping cane.
Adamantine slag.
Alright, you grab all that shit.
Specks of adamantine in this slag.
Might as well grab it all.
A devil foil mask.
Curious mask.
Wait for me.
Sort by latest. Examine.
Oh, big yawn.
Drop the item.
That drow, near, is going to be on his last gasp unless someone digs him out. Though, not necessarily. He mentioned Dark Justiciars, and we've come across other signs of a Sharan presence during our travels. I'm not...
Whatever comes.
Alright, let's see. Will she pick it up? Nope, she doesn't do anything. Darn it. I was kind of hoping she would explain something.
Have to keep going.
Wow, look at this place.
Pretty big.
Couple of drop statues over there. So I'm guessing this is going to be our destination. Oh, me bum. I think I need to get myself a new seat soon.
Wait.
Any takers?
A new, like, chair? Or what?
Yeah, new chair.
Orb of Dark Vision. Already in use. Okay.
Watch how you go.
Ow.
What did you do?
Found some traps.
I wonder how. Uh-oh.
Well, I was gonna jump over
If I could save time in a bottle.
You did. You really did.
Stay idle.
Hey, I didn't do that this time.
That was me when they both failed, and I was just like, all right.
The sillies have triggered some traps.
Yep, and you're all the way down there and can't do a thing about it.
And I'm over the other side of the bridge.
Did you?
Oh my god, Code, come back!
Why did you do that?
Because I already jumped. Hey, you guys are the ones that activated the trap. That's your own fault.
What do you mean, you guys? What did I do?
Well, I meant them.
Code also.
I mean, how am I meant?
You also released a trap. Don't make it sound like as if you were somehow immune to this nonsense.
Hey, mine was only just one that blew myself up.
I'll be nice
You're the one
and
who's dealing
say-
with that.
I will say I do have 3 scrolls of Misty Step for when you come over here.
Yep. Give me a second. I'm just disarming something right now, because there. I thought I disarmed it.
Apparently you didn't. You might want to get her to get you up.
Something is clicking it.
And now you're dead.
What was clicking the trap? Or is it just like weight based?
I think it automatically sets itself off. It's a timer.
Yeah, it's a timer.
Oh. So it doesn't even fucking matter if I just. Oh my god. Yeah. Alright, well. I did the right thing by disarming, okay? Ah.
You may have disarmed the trap, but you didn't disarm it.
Yeah, I didn't disarm it. How long am I gonna be on? I don't know, furry cures. Just live life however it is. Sometimes
Live,
you don't.
laugh, love.
Sometimes you don't need to plan for shit. You just do what you want.
Alright,
Okay.
time to check for a trap. Whee! Wait, how did that not do anything?
Or
Amazing Code.
alright, hang on. So you fail the perception check, which means I move forward. There we go.
Alright, now move out of the way. I'm gonna disarm it.
No, just let me disarm it.
I'm
with
disarming
the
it!
I've already disarmed it with a critical success. See?
Hey everyone.
Haha. Are you gonna jump down there, are you?
Come over here.
Alright.
Come to me.
And then we jump across.
We.
Oh, it's one of those kinds of I can't jump that.
Well, move closer to the edge.
There we go.
There you go. Now we avoid all the traps. And I would put that back down.
Is this one
Okay,
down?
okay. Hop on it. I almost fucking jumped then. Gonna kill me?
No, I wasn't meaning to.
Okay. This is a puzzle, so everyone get on.
You'll have to get Shadow Heart though.
Yeah, she's.
No.
And then the mage.
No, I
hand
meant to
who
jump
using-
over.
Yeah, she's jumped over.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something?
Oh.
Just for those with short legs.
You know, I could have just jumped over that way and gotten here too, you know.
And how would we get across?
I could have given you all the jump ability.
Mm-hmm. Just sounds like a case of the both of you know exactly what's going on here, and I am just sort of...
No idea what's going on here. I only just saw this way and thought, ooh, I want to jump across.
Strawberry, do you know what's going on here?
No, that was just an obvious puzzle. Just 2 levers go across.
Ko just throws a perception check and
nails it. Like I nailed you. Something hammer and nails.
Nice work.
You're welcome.
There's nothing here.
Nope. So let's go the other erection.
Bloody tracks. Quite small, too. A gnome found some trouble here.
Ski bop doo bop.
Bum 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 bum.
There are some doors here.
Well, let's check further down in case there's another way. It looks like there is.
Skibbly bop doo bop.
Skibbity bop bop bop. Boom. Yeah. Oh, hey, look, a chest. Okay, I can get to that a different way. Never mind.
What's that? A breast?
A chest.
Oh.
Ooh. An uncommon Dark Justicar mail that does... While obscured by shadow, the wearer deals 1 to 4 necrotic damage to attackers that hit them with a melee.
Maybe give that.
Oh, I actually I got one of those earlier and I gave it to Shadowheart.
Did you want something?
Hang on, sorry. Shadowheart. And she checks the chest. 13 versus 15.
Looks like there's some dudes down there near that lava.
Onward then.
Give me a second.
Near the magma.
Ooh, what's the plaque say?
In the beginning came morning, then night. 2 sisters clashed, one dark and one light.
Jump.
That must be the
Shar and Saloon. Oh, a map of the... It offers a detailed plan to attack the village of Moonhaven, encouraging soldiers to kill in merciless silence. Oh, that's a bit of a problem.
Just a little bit?
Just a little bit.
Oh, hey, there's some levers over here.
Looking ahead.
Dark Justicar's mask. Intimidation.
No time to dally.
Oh, she doesn't have anything to...
There you go, I gave it the Heart of Shadows.
A scimitar's map... thingamadook.
Mold.
Send it to camp. Alright. And then there's another mold over there. That's for a splint.
We got a couple of levers here. Looks like that's going to do something with the platform there.
Alright. What's this one? Alright.
Raises it up.
And then...
And...
Keep going.
What is this one?
Let me check what the other way does. Yeah, I was going to say, let's check what the other way does first. Brings it... Ah, so it brings it across over to here, so we can avoid a fight down here if need be.
Alright, so... We just need a mage hand here. And jump onto this long-ass rickety thing from...
There's a nice people down there, by the way.
Say what?
There's a nice people, by the way.
No, I don't want to give them any problems, so we can just perfectly avoid them.
Also, I can't use Mage Hand, because short rest.
It wasn't a cantrip.
Oh, it is a cantrip, but you have to use a short rest every time you use it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's a summon.
And we've used up all
Oh, you
that
can use
short
arrows
rest.
to move levers, by the by. So we'll
there you
do.
go.
So yeah, we'll do that. And then we turn prone when we do that. So
hang on, Featherfall.
Give me a sec. Or yep, that actually sure. I was about to just shoot one of the levers down there. Long sword. I would say put that into camp.
Used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
Unless, like, the peeps over there will hold on to it for us.
Okay, there's a hiss, which means there's speeders.
Let's see what we have here.
Nah, you don't have anything cool. You're not doing anything crazy with the ranged. Boots of Aid and Comfort. When the healer heals a target, it gains temporary boots of striding. Requires concentration. You gain momentum.
Okay, so they're digging out that cave-in, so this path here is going to get us past that cave-in.
I think it's separate. I was peeking ahead and I don't see any connection.
Dunk. Alright, jump on.
I don't suppose there's a stairs, is there?
I'll move over here to get out of the way.
No one's stopped me yet.
Alright, no. Char, you... There we go. Alrighty, so... Ranged, we want to hit that one. There we go.
I'll give everyone Feather Fall again.
Well, I can just hit the next one.
Oh, you hit it.
Another scrying eye. Same as the goblins had. Someone's watching.
You stop digging again, and I'll
Better be careful around it.
Sorry, I couldn't get a path over to there for a second.
That is an enemy.
What is?
Those ones, animated armor.
It pinged it.
Need to find a way forward.
Mace mold.
Skeletons over here.
Yeah.
Nothing on these ones. Oh, hang on, a dusty book.
Read it. Hey, an ancient sigil, so we can teleport here.
Praise
next time.
be the Lady of Loss. She has, through her sister Ansar, taught brother Saval the true nature of our lives, that they are
Forge
lost
your
and
blade
nothing
in the
but lost through.
and
Okay, so
raise
it's
it in
basically
the
about the Dark
mistress's
Lady.
name.
Okay. Oop. Dark Justicar's Helm. While obscured by shadow, the wearer gains +1 to saving throws when attacked. Interesting.
I would probably equip all those to her in this case.
Must find new sources. Nearby mithril veins are near depletion, and the quantities required for Brother Silovov's most recent project were considerable. Some of the acolytes have taken to calling it Grim for the place it was made, though never within Brother Silov's hearing. Interesting.
We want to take a long rest soon too, because I mean,
kind of running low on spells, and I'm low on
yeah.
health.
Hang on, let me have a look up here quickly before we do.
You saw a chest, didn't you? Quick answer.
Alright. Hey, Code.
Yeah.
Does Featherfall use up a slot for you?
No, it's a bonus action.
No, I meant spell slot.
No, not really. Not unless I want. Not unless I want to plus it.
Good.
Oop.
Otherwise, it's technically a bonus action along with enhanced leap, unless I want to enhance the leap for further distance.
This feels familiar. Like I've seen it in a TikTok or something. Like, have you seen it like with an owlbear or something, and it like jumps to down there?
I have actually. I believe there was a fight around here, and then there was something of an owlbear jump to try and get rid of it. Oh, a chair. I'm gonna sit in this chair.
He sat in the chair.
I sat in the chair and I felt very fucking hot in my bum. Alright, do we want to do a long rest now?
Alright, map, long rest, yes.
Waiting for players.
Waiting for players. Hey, we can talk to
Oh.
Astarion.
Looking at something.
Who wants to talk to Astarion?
How did you know I was here?
The only benefit to a mirror when you have my condition. It doesn't quite make up for the lack of a reflection, mind you.
Do you miss it? Seeing your own face?
Preening in the looking glass. Petty vanity. Of course I miss it. I've never even seen this face. Not since it grew fangs and my eyes turned red.
What color were they before?
I don't know. I can't remember. My face is just some dark shape in my past. Another thing I've lost.
Oh, shame.
Poor Asteria, not knowing what his past is.
What?
Count yourself lucky. I have to see this mug every day.
Funny.
God damn it, who farted in my chat again?
Exactly.
Was it me?
Strong pierce.
No, because
Go on.
she's leading you into a
Oh,
sex
god damn
scene.
it! You're unsightly mole.
What? But I don't... Excuse me.
God damn it, why do you do that?
Are we... I'm fine
You
with
should be
either,
reading
naturally.
them,
The last thing I want
dipshit.
to do is ruin these nails digging through rock.
Consequences of listening to the audience.
Gods, really? But if you insist on being a hero, I won't get in your way. I won't lie. It's tempting. If I keep the temple, I transform into a grotesque
He needs a
monster.
Thank you for the hyper himbo.
And I return to the shadows. It's grim either
You
way.
haven't petted.
So why not sell what's left of my soul to a devil?
Looks like nobody else really
You're
needs a
familiar
talking
with the
to.
phrase, better the devil. I know, Cazador. And I'll take...
Alright. Who else is there to talk to?
Copper for your thoughts. Gives me energy. If I'm excited at all, angry, nervous, delighted, enticed, I try not to think about it. I still think about it constantly, but, you know, I try. One of these days, I'll sort the whole infernal affair out, get myself cooled off, start making up for lost time. But not today.
But not today. We're not going to be fucking right now. I'm not bending you over this table and pegging your ass until the morning.
No, I don't have anything important to ask with you.
He's not suffering from arcane hunger.
I think everyone is relatively okay. I don't think
Time
Sharn...
for suicide.
Let's see if...
Let me help.
No, don't.
No, you can't die in here.
Two of you are insane.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us.
Why, thank you.
Did you want something?
I'm sure you do. But please try to understand that it's not something
Good
I can
night,
just
Lady
talk about
Alice.
freely.
Good night, Lady Alice.
Which I think it's pronounced
Fine.
Elias?
Just keep out of
maybe?
matters that don't concern you.
Alright, Halson, what do you have to say?
You wish to speak?
Hey, don't talk to my man.
How did you just appear right behind me just then?
Leave my man alone.
Leave me alone.
Leave my daddy alone.
Leave me alone. Ah. Alright, I'm going to bed. Don't.
Okay.
Just running
Bedtime.
around. Bedtime. Is currently choosing camp supplies for the long rest. Nice.
Oh. Boop. Auto select.
Nice.
Because fuck you.
He's here again! Did anyone remember to have the animal speak on? Oh, I don't know what he's
the cup
saying.
holds out his leg, revealing a ragged wound.
Oh no.
Strawberry Cat paid me to say code Yoshi walks in and goes fart fart, brah, PFFFT, all over the stream's chat and makes it stinky.
Alright.
Take F5s. F5 this, F5 it, F5 it, F5 it.
Attack him.
Dude, you fucking dare!
Alright, so notice on the intelligence.
Medicine you've got a higher rate for, so I would probably say maybe medicine.
They're both
They're the
three.
same one.
They're the same one. I'm gonna go with survival here. There we go.
The cub inspects the wound, giving it a curious peck.
God damn it.
The little
looking at you with
beast's
them
quite
big ol'
charming
eyes.
once you get accustomed to the smell of rotting flesh.
Does that mean he's now in the camp? Does that mean he's now in the camp?
Cub tamer. So there he is.
There he is. Hang on. Let me. Hang on. I got an animal speak potion.
I do too.
No, I got none of that shit. Got a potion of mind.
Yay! I petted him.
Nice. Oh,
Friend, nice. No bite.
Nice. Where's the dog? Also, I need to...
Actually, I think him and the dog become best friends too. I've seen some clips of that.
Alrighty.
Where is Scratch?
He'd be down here.
Sorting options. Sort by...
Nope, not
type. There we go.
Oh god, did the owlbear eat Scratch?
Yes.
No! Wait, Halson's also missing. So actually, several of the cast are missing.
Yeah.
Hang on. And we can't leave camp.
One moment. Hang
We
on.
haven't rested.
Oh, we haven't officially rested.
Hang on a sec. I'm trying to fix my... Not yet. I'm trying to do something. Did I just...
Sorry, just hit no, Storby. That was my bad.
I did.
It's just counting down right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright. Would you like to go?
Sorry.
Because I'm trying to, like... Alright. Take all. Take all. Take all.
You have a lot of shit in your inventory.
Yeah, just give me a second to send to camp. Send to camp. Send to camp.
Also, Storby, I saw that message in chat, by the way.
Alright, so send to camp. Go. Why? Is there a way to organize my shit? Is the question.
Oh.
Easily, I should add. Is there a way for me to easily sort my shit out?
The only way to do it is just by doing it through type or whatever.
Pick up. Camp supplies. Pick up that one. Alright. There's gotta be a way to... Dink. Type. That way I see all the thingamajiggies there. Alright. Send to camp. Keep the fur thingamajiggies. Send that one away. Send that one away. You think there would be a way to... Oh, actually, hang on. Drop item. And then... Give me a few. Send that to camp. Send that to camp. Alright, so that should Torturer's key. Engraved. Bandit. Prison. Just so then that way they're all like on the one like fucking thingamadoog. Pick up. Pick up. That's a bit better. Ish. Alright, now we can go to bed. Sorry.
Would you like to go to bed?
Yes, please.
No.
Just to spite me after doing this inventory nonsense.
Nah, I gotta do inventory stuff. Let
me quickly run my inventory and put the keys in order of axe. There we go. Alright.
There we go. Everyone's back.
Alright, leave the camp.
Oh, and I lost my potion of speak again.
I've been stockpiling them.
Alright, for Black Forge, what does this say?
Centuries of blazing heat have smoothed away the plaque's inscription.
Stop! Perceive. Danger.
Oh yeah, the living armor's up there.
I pointed them out earlier.
Oh, right there, right? Alright.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. There's 4 of them. Okay.
Need to press onward.
I was hoping.
Oh.
I was hoping her stealth would be higher than mine.
Better off engaging.
Bit of caution never hurt.
Can't really hit them from here though.
No, we can't. Ah, dash is an action. God damn you.
Dang it.
Don't waste a step.
Strawberry, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
Animated armors, both of them. Alright, I'm gonna deal with this app. Not enough movement. Not enough movement. I don't know what that did. Alrighty. So he's gonna dash, so he can't do an attack to us. There we go. They're gonna try and hit our... Oh. Fuck you.
That hurt you just a little bit.
Just a bit with a critical hit. There we go. Alright.
God damn it. Aha!
Damn it.
You might want to move if you can.
I was hoping to topple him, but...
Oh, never mind, that worked.
Concentrate.
There we go, so they're dazed. Gets hit for 8. Concentration saving throw remains. Misses, but they do another attack, I'm pretty sure. Oh, you mother...
Just use healing wood if you can.
You can also just toss a healing potion.
Yeah, but if it's too close to them, it'll heal them too.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Called splash damage.
I thought the splash would be small enough. Shield of Faith, Threatened, Wrath. There we go. Thank you.
I had to initiate Tides of Chaos to hit you with that.
Thank you.
So anything could have happened just then.
No, next time I cast magic, there's a chance it's gonna go lopsided.
And once
Last time
again,
I do it.
once again gets me down. Alrighty,
Okay, I'm gonna have to throw. Wait, that's improvised weapon. Hold up. I want throw. Oh, you're already up. Well, just in case. Extra healing. And can I push you into the... Aww.
Huge. Wizard strength right there.
Sorcerer, thank you. Don't compare me to the bloody wizard.
Well, this is awkward. I'm also a sorcerer.
let's see.
Comparing me to a
Doesn't
bloody
have
wizard.
anything.
You look
Those
like
who
one.
had to learn magic while I was born with power through my veins.
Another fight.
You look like one.
Let's go.
Your mum looks like one. Yeah.
Is that an insult or a compliment?
I don't
Wizards
know.
are cool.
I don't know with him.
No.
I hope your family has a nice Christmas.
So Discord's new Cloudfire security is gone over sensitive. Okay, yeah, so their Cloudfire security is bugging people up.
Okay.
And it's actively blocking people who message even. So just anyone on chat who's using Discord at the moment, be very, very careful. In fact, probably best to avoid using Discord for a few hours.
Drink to slow your rate of descent during fall and grant immunity to fall damage. Hail giant strength. Poison resistance. I don't have a healing potion. That is not good. Alright. Hopefully I don't die.
I'm not going to last much longer.
God damn, they do criticals. Alright, stay alive. There's no marker on whether or not that was... There we go. Was wondering where that was going. These fairy lights. Incoming attacks have advantage. Psychic and poison resistance. Oh, so it has no lightning disadvantage. Would have been great if it did, because it's armor.
So it looks like it's only affecting those on PC. So if you're using mobile, you're probably safe.
Yeah, because they wouldn't go through cloud something or other. Good hit.
Very nice shot.
Nice.
I'm keeping an eye on it as we go, but just at the moment, everyone just be very, very careful when using it on PC at the moment.
Nice. And
No,
then...
never mind.
What do I have to lose?
Fine, leave me with nothing to do, why don't you?
You can move.
Move you in a second.
Oh, thank you for giving people a look at my ass. Oh, it wasn't you, Code. It was Faded Foxo who did that. Hi, Faded Foxo.
No, of course it wasn't me.
Alright,
Strawberry Cat paid me to say tonight on BG3, crazed short man with stick fights power armor with a blue gecko, and a crazy old lady.
Darn you. And... Yep. God, that was a lot of damage. Alright, Hey, critical hit that time. Damn, that hurt.
Ow, a sword?
A cooler sword or just a random sword?
Just a long sword.
Oh, okay.
Not even a cool one like an ostrich.
Mm-hmm. More skeletons.
Let's see.
Ooh, this thingy over here.
Nope, sword.
It's mithril.
No, nothing good.
Does it
Nothing
say
good.
mithril? Or is it just a you thing that did the roll and it says, hey, it's mithril?
Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you guys? There you are.
Across the lava.
And then
Oh yeah, it's a big platform of mithril right over there.
I'm guessing we have to like jump on the.
All right. Do we all want enhanced sleep? Be on the safe side.
I think we'll be fine.
Just in case. You can never be too careful with dumbasses like myself.
What's that?
There we go.
Just behind mine, I found it.
Literally, you did that.
Everything.
Just didn't even read. Just everything.
I read it.
Meow. Alright, so...
What is that thing?
A lava elemental. Magnetic regeneration. It regains when it starts its turn in lava. The presence of this creature disturbs nearby lava, making it bubble and explode. It's immune to fire, pierce resistant. It's cold vulnerable, and poison resistant.
So we could get down there if we jump from here, but I feel like I would be useless in a fight against those things.
It would be a terrible idea is what I'm getting at with the end of that thing, so we're just gonna take the stairs.
The stairs?
Ooh, the stairs.
The stairs? Oh, how boring.
Centuries of blazing heat have smoothed away the plaque's inscription.
Who wants to take stairs?
People who want to survive. That's who. Alright,
Oh, looks like there's something over there.
You want to do your... Oh, hang on.
Oh, hang on. I'll feather fall, everyone.
No, I will.
Too late, bitch. I already feather falled your asses.
Uh-oh.
You cluckety fucked.
What?
No, you're enclosed in an arcane sphere. Never mind. That was actually a good thing.
Yeah, that's an uh-oh over there.
That's an uh-oh.
I get the feeling that these things are probably immune to fire. Fire immunity!
What gave you that idea?
Ah!
Do you have anything cold? Because I got, like, the Blade of Rhine that does cold.
I've got my icy stairs.
Mm-hmm. We can't do anything because we're surprised. Why is there more of them? Just more of them just leap the fuck out.
I got
I think it's just like a phase 2 thing, probably.
Mm. Code? Oh, because you can do something.
Hang on.
Because you went and got the alert perk, I imagine. Okay, don't let them get close to you, because they'll explode in fire.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Oh yeah, because these are like the mud ones, except fire.
Magma.
Oh, thanks.
It's pronounced magma.
The man with the most health leaves the dwarf behind.
Look, I only left behind so I could equip a crossbow for later.
But don't worry, they're gonna use fly and go beat up Code.
Plus, what do you want me to do? I'm a sorcerer. I work at range. You're a monk.
Give me a moment. Find something else. Yeah, heat metal doesn't sound good.
Don't worry, Shadowheart. Someone will help you.
Man, this is awkward.
Just a little bit.
Because I could totally, like, attack.
Just
but I
let
don't know if
me...
it'll hit.
Oh, god.
Disengage.
And I can the monk thing can do the disengage, thankfully. Give me a sec.
Okay, I am not proficient with this weapon.
Did you go with a heavy or a normal one?
And crossbow. So I was not proficient enough with that weapon to do anything with it. I'm going to shove you over there. Well, that was helpful. Has anyone thought about maybe throwing a healing potion over to...
I don't have a healing potion is the first problem.
Oh, hang on. I think I've got an ice arrow you could use. Never mind. I don't have it anymore. Forget I said anything.
Yeah, I have one, thankfully. There we go. This is going to be a bit fun, because this guy right here is going to want to do a hit. Oh, thank Christ. Ooh, boy.
You're thanking your imaginary
Get
friend?
him. No, not new. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to hit code.
Well, they did, but, you know. Biggie. Yeah, they're floating. I don't think they're gonna push, especially if it's in red. How are we gonna save Shadowheart?
I have a scroll.
Alright. I failed my death save again. Ah! Thank goodness.
My faith will protect me.
Forehead plays right here.
Nice. Dang, the flying.
I think I'll need to find some ranged weapons I'm proficient with, just in case for a situation like this.
Yep.
Because I took Warlock, I can use crossbows as well.
Nice. Alright, jumping. Nice.
Can't afford to let up.
So, yeah, apparently everyone's getting Discord blocked at the moment.
Stop using Discord! Just give it, like, if it's Cloudflare that's doing the problem, it's going to be a problem. Because Cloudflare is in way too many things. It is going to take about half a day. Hi, Dazarus, welcome to the stream. Dazarus, public service announcement. Don't try and get into Discord. There's going to be some problems. It's still going to be a problem for about half a day.
Yeah, it's a big issue, guys. So if you are using Discord at the moment, specifically more so the PC version, avoid using it for the time being. Stick to mobile if you can. Mobile doesn't seem to be blocking anyone, but...
Alright, hang on. I need to save what's happened to Discord? Cloudflare is overzealous with, like, concerns of people trying to get into Discord and all that kind of such, so it starts blocking peeps, so...
Yeah, so just be aware that there's been a lot of people getting blocked at the moment, especially those who jump into groups at the moment. I've noticed that's been happening a lot.
Yep.
So just keep your eyes out at the moment. If someone gets blocked from your group, I'm not sure what to do. You're gonna have to just get someone to let them know.
There's no need to jump, I just realized, because we've been putting all this, like, ash here because of all the ice arrows I've been throwing.
All of a sudden, just as we're walking across, it disappears and I die.
Would be funny.
Wait, there's a thing here about sharing and registering.
Hmm? A registry of proud followers recruited by her loyal paladin, Kethric Thorm. Others consist of multiple, all of them scratching it with no longer. that kind of sucks.
Shasha's blessing upon you.
Okay, so fucking wait, wasn't there like a? I swear there was like an ore here, wasn't there?
You broke it.
Oh, it's already been broken and grabbed. Okay.
One.
All right. Who bets there's going to be problems there?
A huge problem, it looks like.
Oh yeah.
All right. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. How many potions of healing can I make? 3.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. Let's see, what can I make?
Elixir
I can make potion of speed, but that's about it.
Did you extract all the ingredients?
Yeah, I have.
And then you... Okay.
I got, nothing really I can make.
Nice work, Furry Cures. You're now my #1 fan. Nice. Get that shit out of here, Morse. Now and again, a small ball of flickers into the dark liquid like the reflection of some alien. I've never heard of this bomb before. And then we've got oil of combustion.
It's bombastic, Mr. Fantastic. Everybody here gonna do something spastic.
Infuse a creature with psionic force. If it reaches 0, it heals instead of falling unconscious. Nice. Gonna go crash, so take it easy. Not to worry, Dazarus. Thank you for coming along. Hopefully you had a wonderful stream Friday. Alright. Okay, I'm a little bit... Alright, hang on a sec. Send to camp. Send to camp. Sort by weight. Send to camp.
Okay, I see a lever there. I see a mold chamber.
It might be best if we do another long rest.
Again? Okay.
Yeah, I know, but considering, like, the amount of shit we just went through.
Go into cramp.
Mind if I hit long rest?
Yep. I said yes. Dunk.
Alright, anybody needing a good talking to here at camp?
Probably not that soon, no. Let's hit the...
Would you like to go to bed? I would love to.
I feel like Furry Cures, when he's like giving me like the amount of time that I've been in a stream and such like that, wants me to go to bed. When he's like 5 hours in.
He's caring about you.
I'm good.
What's going on? That sounded like the dogs.
We gotta go. Oh, he's having a nightmare.
Nothing. Both animals look fine.
It's just a trauma thing. I don't know what they're saying. We already checked in on them. There we go. We already checked in. There is no injuries or anything like that.
Scratch's tail wags furiously. These two have become firm friends.
Nice. Nice. I do. And then pet the owlbear. Hey, everyone approves.
Yay!
Woo!
I noticed the only one in that group that...
Both animals look fine. Watching you.
Notice that friggin' Lae'zel does nothing.
Doesn't care.
No, none of us had animal speak. I think I had seen that cutscene before in the TikTok where basically Scratch was protecting him like a brother, and the owlbear was having a nightmare about what happened in the cave.
Yeah. Also, you made us go to sleep with nothing but alcohol as our like long rest supply.
Did you get the achievement?
Yeah.
Good.
Alrighty. So there's the adamantite
Leave the
forge. Do we need the ores and all that kind of shit with us, or?
Probably.
All right, let me go and pick up my shit again.
What do we want to make though? It's a question.
I mean, we've got the mace. I've got a. Let's see. I think I had a mold here.
I have the longsword.
Mithril, gold. I have scale mail, a mace, and a splint. Oh, and a scimitar.
And I've got a silver ingot as well.
Sorting by type. So I've got a number of ingots as well.
Why don't we do a vote?
Give me a mo, give me a mo, give me a mo. Idle Assoon.
Yeah. Don't you dare! He was gonna push me.
It says you're too heavy to show.
Oh yeah, you need to give me back my flowers, by the by.
I gave you back your flowers.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm too heavy. My fat ass ain't gonna go nowhere, biatch.
Crucible.
I'm guessing the mithril goes in the crucible and the mold in the mold.
Oh, okay, so... Alright, so crucible is where the adamantite... Okay. So...
An opening in the metal. That mold should fit perfectly.
Oh yeah, there's the mold here. So if we wanted to insert one... I'll leave you guys to do.
Let's see. Mace.
I mean,
scale
none of us really benefit from heavy armor.
No. I reckon like cuz hang on, what does Shadowheart have? What happened to Shadowheart's? Oh, her weapon got melted. She could do with a mace.
Oh, she dropped it, didn't she?
They did heat metal. It can damage
Yeah,
weapons.
and I'm pretty sure they dropped it.
Don't see it in their inventory.
Either way,
No, over
she would.
here. I'll look over here.
Oh wait, hang on. There it is. Her Morning Star. It's in her inventory.
Donk.
Her Morning Star's in her inventory.
She could do with a much better mace than that, though. Just to be. Oh, hang on. What's the
Yeah.
Donk. Zayandi. Once per short rest, you can encase for 2 turns if you miss an. Oh, okay, so that's what she was using previously. But yeah, the thing's. Let's look. Weird wooden shield. Wait, do none of you others have a have your molds?
No, nothing. You've got them all.
Oh. So, because we don't have anything that's like ranged. Longsword would only benefit someone like Lae'zel or Karlach, but Karlach and already has like a pretty good weapon, and Lae'zel we're not using too often. I feel like
if I have a scimitar, I can.
Would you benefit from the scimitar?
When I level up and I get my feet, because I like to actually use proper weapons when I do magic. I take the feet for martial weapons.
Worth a try.
All right, let's go with the scimitar then.
All right, have you placed the stuff in the thing?
Not yet. I've in it.
Actually, can we take the longsword instead?
Oh, longsword?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is the ejection lever, yeah.
So longsword goes into there. All right, so.
I find some metal to feed it.
And then, what kind of metal do we put into the crucible here?
We can make it out of
mithril.
Okay.
Mithril, this one.
Mm-hmm.
Insert. Hopefully that works. Alright, and then I move over here. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't cause a problem.
That did the trick all right. Down ore and more. I still need the lava to bind them.
Oh,
Alright, so we need...
lava valve on the right there.
Platform controls...
So, hang on a
the
second.
lava valve?
It's right, so the lava valve is there. I'm gonna stay on here and do an arrow. We probably... Hopefully no one's
What's going on?
Hopefully no one's standing where the lava could be.
What is that?
That's an
Here
animated
comes
armor.
the big boy.
It's an animated armor of some sort.
Oh, good lord.
Oh, and he has to just stand in the fucking lava, don't he?
Okay. Would you like to go into this blind, or would you like a little bit of advice?
Let me examine. So, resistance to a lot of things. Bludgeoning, he's vulnerable to. That's good to know. Necrotic, fire, lightning immunity. What the fuck?
Of course, he's immune to everything that I can fucking
psychic,
throw.
Poison, radiant, force, adamantite skin. Made entirely from adamantite. The mass is about as heavy as a dragon. Nearly as indestructible. Only intense heat can soften the metal enough to be shaped. Superheated. Exposed to lava is caused body to soften. Can now be affected by certain damage type and is vulnerable to bludgeoning. Alright, so we need to keep him to that sort of a thingy.
Would you like...
keep him in the lava.
I can offer a crumb of advice.
What's the crumb of advice?
You see how there's a giant big bludgeoning thing in the middle of the room?
Oh.
That makes sense.
Get him here, and then drop the hammer down.
What did you code? What did you think was there?
I didn't. I right-clicked on it, and somehow my guy moved like an idiot.
Get out of the lava!
I can't. I've got no more movement.
You should dash.
Dash.
Oh,
I can't. It wouldn't let me dash. Can we F8 quickly? Can we just all agree that that was Strawberry's fault?
What did I do?
That was your fault.
No,
your
what
fault.
was? Oh my! It was
Too late. Your fault. We all agree it was Strawberry's fault. I did nothing wrong.
Hopefully, this is not the long ass time ago quick load, and it's actually like the recent auto.
It'll be after the rest.
Okay, hang on. Load.
Lucky you're too heavy to shove.
Do we want to commit to the longsword? Just FYI.
Did you want to commit to
I'll
it?
take it.
All right. So what is with my?
Now again, we all agree it was Strawberry's fault.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Everyone agrees.
No.
Yep.
It's.
Yep. Everyone agrees.
So it was yours. All right, hang on. Before we go.
What do you make the poll? Was it code or me?
Dunk. All right. For the full vaulting speed, elixirs, resistance, fire. I am going to craft one of those.
You wouldn't attack me while the owlbear's right here, would you?
Could the two of you not be at each other's throats right now?
Nope. Ah!
This must be the forge. What a sight to behold.
Alright, I'm coming.
I'll put my mithril in here. Since it's fair, since I'm the one who's wanting it.
Yep.
Mithril. You might want to get Shadowheart over here too.
And I just realized I don't have my hang on.
Moving in.
What did you forget, you silly willy?
I forgot to bring the... Also, why can't I... Sorry, I'm just trying to open a thing. Ding, leave the camp, get back in. There we go, now I can get to my chest. Fully open you. Mace, heavy, scimitar, nope, actually, I'll pick that up anyway. Sort, type. Mace, where's the long sword? Hang on a sec, What happened to the long sword? Is it already in there, or am I just tweaking? Scale mail mold for the medium. Splint mold is for heavy. Mace. So there's mace. So I got mace, I got scimitar.
I have a question.
Answer.
You have an iron flask, right?
This iron flask.
Empty?
It's empty.
What happens if you put him in it?
I don't know. I was hoping to try to do that. The longsword might be in someone else's mold thing.
I don't have it.
Cause I only have, for some reason, the scimitar and the mace. I don't know what's happened to the longsword. Are we sure?
Oh wait, I had it. Oops, I'm silly. Herder. I thought I had a different one.
Yep. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna stand over there. Clip out Shadowheart. Have her stand over here.
Someone stand by the lever, yeah.
Yep. Alright. Pull this lever so we go down a floor.
And that's also the lever to bang that thing too if we get in the middle.
Yep, so that's the south lever. I open a valve to the east. Oh, no, I was holding on to Sulu when I...
That did the trick all right.
Alright, so turn the lever.
You might want to get back into position.
Yep, I understand. There we go. All right.
Ooh, that was kind of close.
Yep. Now I was able to move relatively quickly. So.
Okie dokie. I want to attack him real quick.
Just gonna go over here out of the way a little bit.
All right. So we just need
premature bonkulation. Ooh.
There's your longsword.
Can you grab it though?
This is worth the cost.
I'd have to step in lava.
All right.
I won't grab it just yet. But let me do this.
It's immune to being frightened and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, he is assigned to me. See how there's a nice big exclamation mark on my face?
Time to press ahead.
Oh, I didn't jump. I am an idiot.
Need to stay focused.
Yes, you are.
So he is currently going to be trying to come for me.
Yep.
Because I hit him last, and that's good.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if he'll walk into the.
Nope.
All right. Well, let's say we get over here. I wanted to jump there, you dingus.
Are you trying to have him come to you?
Yep.
Are you okay with being bonked on the head and insta-dying?
Give me a minute. I will move at the last chance I've got. Yeah.
Why are we all so stupid?
Because we all think the computer is going to work for us. Alright. It's going to move, right?
Once Strawberry and...
Don't want to be here, don't want to be here, don't want to be here, don't want to be
You
here.
can move. You still have movement, don't you?
Never a dull moment.
Oh. I really hope this doesn't...
Well, so much for peace.
What did I... Yeah. Because he's going to do something funky.
Talk to me.
There we go.
He's not going to hit the...
We'll have to move around a little bit to try and get him onto that platform.
If you can make it to Shadowheart. Mind if I steal a health potion from you?
Hang on.
Hold up, I can throw one at you.
You shouldn't
It
have done
missed.
that. You really shouldn't have thrown it.
Alright, we'll just steal it off me. Well, I was trying to be helpful, but the stupid system was all like, hey, guess what? We're not being helpful.
Friendship, hold person. Let's paste magical weapon. Thanks.
Yeah, you'll have to poke him to make him come.
Alright.
Got to focus.
Why did you put a sphere there?
It's a flaming ball. It's dealing an aura of damage.
Yeah, he's out of range.
Well, that sucks.
Grab apples.
Ding, dong.
Where do I go from here?
It's immune from being frightened. Alright, so that's annoying, because, like, that was a... Fire resistance...
Oh my god! That's fucking OP! Oh my god!
What did you do?
What?
Read what my thing is on the left there, where I get, like, the wild magic surge.
Casting a cantrip or spell makes you switch position with a targeted creature. Oh god. Wait!
Yeah, you see how abusive that is?
So, essentially, hang on a sec, I now need to move out of the way of that guy. If I can somehow, hang on, disengage. Where's my monkness?
If he gets out of the lava, I can switch with him.
Give me a sec, give me a sec. Well, here's the thing, disengage. There we go, and then... item... I can't do anything with items.
Got to keep fighting.
Alright, let's see how he goes.
Oh, nope, he's coming for you.
This...
Alrighty.
Okay, if you go to where Shadowheart is,
with haste,
you can bait him onto the...
Ding.
Yes, this is good, this is good.
And then patient defense. So then that way there's less of a chance of him doing his attacks.
Take you.
Go. Alright, let's see if he self-assesses. So I just need to survive for like 2 hits tops. Alright. Code, what are you doing?
Just waiting for everyone else to be ready.
Alright.
Damn it.
Just give it a sec. Give it a sec.
But can you jump over far enough to get to there?
You see, if I jump to him, I'm gonna end up in lava.
Let's end this. Onward.
What is it?
Can you jump? Can you make it if you jump there?
Yes.
Now just get yourself. Yep.
Actually, this will work out. Yeah, make space.
Just trying to think of the appropriate spell. I am going to do Shield of Faith. There we go. Let's see how it goes. There we go, he missed.
And now let me do this.
So you're able to swap him?
Wait, where's the... Let me see if it works.
Because you just need to do a cantrip.
Nope. Okay, maybe he's too chunky to be swapped.
Hang on. That's not good. Alright, protection from good. Hang on.
Alright, can you get yourself over to the other side over here?
Just me, I'm gonna bait him. As long as you have Shadow Heart on the side to heal, to get me up.
Yep.
Yeah, because I can't hit him from here with any of my... I could hit him with a firebolt, but you've already targeted him though, so...
He'll just walk straight over it, so it's better to have him targeting me so he comes and stands on the platform.
Alright. Then I'm ready when you are.
Force damage against this is halved. Against this from non-magical is halved. Okay, thunder, acid, vulnerable to bludgeoning.
Actually, what do I have? Nope.
I need key points for that. So
This better get us a level up.
Most likely will.
Now we need 1,500.
Oh, lava is not a dippable surface, apparently.
Well, I kind of figured.
Fast. Take two.
He's coming right at us.
Yep. Alrighty.
Wait, let me get down.
Can you get out? You should be able to jump. There we go. Alright.
It occurred a crumb of
You want a healing?
I'll just take the
That's
stack of 6 you
one.
have. Oh wait.
I'm ready.
I'll have to do this.
You can take the healing potion from me if you need to.
Oh, it's immune to bludgeoning right now because of the fire thing. Shit.
No, no, we got it. We got it.
Yeah, but it's still got plenty of health though. It's prone.
Well, yeah, because we got to do it a couple times.
We need to somehow superheat it.
Fireball wouldn't heat it, would it?
No, it's got to stand in the lava.
Yep.
And when it gets up, it's most likely going to earthquake.
Alright, we've got little gremlins to take care of too.
Oh, shit. Where did they come from?
Oh, we do. Oh, boy.
Because they would just do... Yep, he's now immune to everything. So, but he's at least prone. Resistance against bludgeoning slash. Nice.
He's gonna kick his foot. Oh shit.
Nice.
That works out for us, actually.
One day I'll
Hold
catch
on.
a break.
Let's get his attention.
I'm gonna get myself over here just a little bit out of the way of these fucking things.
Yeah, you don't have... What spells do you have?
Me?
Yeah.
All of mine are fire spells.
I'll strike you down.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Alright, they're gonna fly and what have you. 11:24 p.m. for me.
Yeah, don't forget, Sunday is going to be daylight savings time for Victoria.
Oh, what does that entail?
Means forward an hour. So instead of 6 for me here now, it'll be 7 for me.
Well, time to hunker down.
So I think we just need to hit it one more time, and I think that'll do it.
Alright, hang on. Where is the potions? There's the potions. Oh, you've already got potions. Okay.
What about lotions? Do they have lotions?
Let's see. Cure runes is a touch thing. Prayer of healing can only be cast outside of combat. That's not great.
Wait, hold on. I think that puts me at...
Oh, she lost her weapon again.
Yeah, kind of annoying. Broke my
And she
concentration
lost
as well.
They're all beating her up. Oh, here he comes! Oh no.
Shit.
Wait, I think it's...
I am going to try something.
Drop the hammer, see if it'll still work.
Yes, it works, but I'm kind of bonked.
Give me a sec. Oh, not what I wanted to do.
What should I do?
Still on my feet.
Fuck. Oh, the basilisk oil would have helped us out with the person that was petrified.
Would hitting the valve remove the lava?
Not enough resources to try it.
Nah, I don't think so.
Well, I could always try it.
They just added more.
Did it just add more?
It's pouring
Crap.
out.
Sorry, I thought that might have.
Well, any
I thought that might have removed the lava. So you know, blame that on the smart thinking.
Yeah, will do.
If I turn on the tap, will it stop the water?
Well, I thought turning it off.
What is
you
this
know?
magma doing? Like, come on.
Yeah, I get what you're thinking, Liz. It's weird.
There we go. All right.
Is she able to cast heal?
Yeah. Give me a sec.
Take your...
Be healed, my child. Be healed.
What is she wearing?
Metal.
Armor.
I meant her mask.
Oh, it's like a weird intimidation thing.
Just punch him in the back of the head.
Yep, because she does not have the resources to do a normal thing.
Hola. Ow.
Hopefully you'll still be alive. Alright. Alright, cool. I'm gonna... Give me a sec. That would help.
Oh, that's useless.
That is fucking... Shame none of us can use heavy.
Yeah. At least not in the party. Right. He's outside the normal range. I'm just gonna do... Go.
Yeah, I got nothing.
And then that guy's got to do something. Maybe he doesn't.
Someone's gonna have to come and take care of him.
I might need to get a massage. I'm getting sore.
Yours. Yeah, I feel you.
He just sits there. What the? All right, hang on.
I mean, I pretty much stand up for 8 hours a day, like almost
There
4 or 5 days a
go.
week.
And then, why can't she do melee? It requires
Me?
an action. Oh, that's why. Not enough resources. All right. Cantrips can't do anything. Fuck's sake!
That's gonna hurt.
Alright, fuck it. We ballin'.
Ow.
You survived.
Barely.
Does anyone have any spells of Eldritch Blast or something?
What of what? Scroll of Eldritch Blast, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it's a warlock thing, so only I have it.
Ah, seriously? Like all the...
Anything good out of him?
No, nothing. Literally nothing. He's made of...
I'm gonna send something to your inventory, by the way, Grant.
Sorry?
Take a look.
Give me a few. Don't... Dang. Bing.
Time to get
Latest... Oh! So that's what he had. Cool. Not proficient with heavy armor. Oh, you picked that up with, grants resistance to fire. I think that might be good for Carla if we use her. Alright.
Alright, so now where are we going? Oh, there's a platform control lever, a button right there.
Where? Alright, hopefully that doesn't
Right here.
smash anyone's head in. Yep, cool, it doesn't.
We could... Wait, you have another piece of mithril, yeah?
Yes I do.
If we went back down, we could do it again.
Alright. Drop
a
the
mold.
forge then.
There's no thingamadiggy in the center to insert another thing.
Alright, you gotta send us down.
I tried, it won't send us down.
That's the lever, too.
It's the same lever. The same lever that brought us down is the same lever that did the smacking.
Unless it might be only one then, because...
Oh, hang on, let me try it. No, because I was thinking if I could go down there and press the button, but that might not work.
No, probably not.
That might...
It's okay. It's not a necessity
Oh,
to
well.
have like adamantine. Because it's just, it makes it so that it's a physical weapon that's treated as magical, right? And it doesn't deal with... No, furry cures!
Lava's erupting. Better watch my step.
Joy.
Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy.
Erupting. Better watch my step.
That's That's what I was saying earlier.
Oh, Shadow Hut's still over there.
Oh yeah, you might want to regroup Shadow Heart. So...
Alright, she's on her... Oh my god.
Help the spirit of the amulet.
She has
So we've
no
got to find a way over there.
This way.
She has no clue how to get to places, does she?
I mean, what are you expecting? She's an AI.
I thought they would run around the circle correctly.
Still alive. So that's progress.
Alrighty.
Nope, it's just going to get rid of your platforms each time.
So we'll need to do the... Oh, no, no, don't go that way. We'll just need to take the jumps to most appropriate.
Yeah, you try and do nice things for people and they run away from you.
Come on, Shadowheart.
What's next, I wonder? Have to keep pushing.
Ooh, he's a one single coin.
Alright, what now?
Alright, who's going to open the chest?
No, I guess it's gonna be me.
Oh, okay.
8 bonuses.
Oh.
And I can get
There's
a
a
guidance,
beastie.
giving me 9 to 12.
At what?
Try again.
You having trouble there, Grant?
Just a bit, just a bit. Couldn't open it. Sorry. Doesn't want me to try again. Question is where do we go
Guidance
after this?
question mark?
Sorry?
Guidance question mark? You can go to Shadowheart and cast it via her.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us.
Ah!
Did you
No, I
want
just
some
wanted to swap to you, not talk to
bits and
you.
Blades, always
Cleric, guidance.
Oh god, that fugly mask on her face.
No feast tools available. There we go.
Got it.
Nice.
Let's get going.
Ooh, what's this?
I don't know.
Oh, shit.
Thou hast come.
The amulet is heavy, but holds a subtle warmth.
What's it doing?
Like it was left under the sun. Suddenly, the metal surges with...
Can thou endure?
I mean, you've got advantage on these two, so you can go with either one of those two.
Looks like you get advantage for being a sorcerer, and you get like a 1d4 plus 2
And a
guy.
warlock, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, can you get the guidance?
Please.
Do we have any inspirations?
Nope, doesn't
There's
look it.
no escaping the laughter. Telepathic mushrooms. Walking brains.
Ah!
It's so comical.
Hi there, coin. You good?
Hello!
I don't think she's good.
How unfortunate. Alas, thou must do.
It's a monk?
Return me, take me home, and thou shalt glow with blessings.
Stow the amulet.
Return it to where, though, first? Or to whom?
I'm not trusting him after he's done a bowl of laughter like that.
To thy granddaughter, Shira Clarwen. serves Ilmata, she does. She waits in Worm's Crossing. Take me there, and thou shalt bathe in her golden gift.
She's probably dead.
Oh, thou shalt be blessed indeed.
You're all sweaty. Look at your face. You got sweat all over your face.
We're standing around lava right now. I'm pretty sure that's the least of our problems.
I shall walk with thee. I shall grant you.
The next question is, where the fuck we go from here? Because I think we've reached I think we've reached the end of the exploration of like this area, quote unquote, and we need to go back to the main area to get through the rest of it.
Yeah. So the Underdark Ancient Forge, or
not the ancient. Maybe the Ancient Forge because
Nier's right here.
Because it's around here that we need to be in order to get to the gnomes and what have you, and it's probably...
Yeah, although we might want to call it soon, I think.
Yep. Nah, I think you might be right, considering how late it is right now. So, and we'll be able to like revisit this with more...
Yeah, maybe we should save here.
Will do. Strawby?
Yes?
You done with your... Yep, it looks like you're done with your conversation. Alright, wait, where is... Donk. Alright.
There we go, she's with us now.
Yep. There we go. Hit the save. Get the music.
Hit the gritty.
Hit the gritty as we move in. Get new music playing and go into the background. There we go. Hopefully it's working. Yep, it's just really faint, which I'm fine with.
Fair that that she was sweating. I'm just saying, my goodness, that's really good effects.
Yeah, fair enough. If it was like a case of like a good effects, I totally understand now. I was going at it as like oh my gosh, she's sweating because of the laughter or something.
Well, I mean, there's probably that too.
So yeah. So that is Friday night. I like that we were able to go for a lot longer, but oh my god, my shoulders, my neck, and for some reason my left arm is like weird. I definitely need to go probably... Who do you see for, like, massages and things for the muscles?
Just a general masseuse, really.
Okay. Well, time to look for a masseuse at some point. Code,
honestly, I wouldn't mind getting... I honestly wouldn't mind getting one of those office chair things that you throw on.
Might be good. So, yeah. Oh, there's an advertisement, I think, going off. Is there? Hang on. Is there an advertisement?
Not that I can see.
Nah, cool, and it's not going on for another 17 minutes. When's the next time people might see you streaming, Code?
So let me just check my to-do list. So it's going to be tomorrow during around lunchtime our time, so 1 p.m. Where I'm going to be doing some Final Fantasy 14.
Okay, all right, sounds fun, sounds good. Strawby, I know a while ago you did do streaming for a little bit. Do you continue to it?
Yes, occasionally. So this week I'll be flat busy of commissions, so I won't have time to.
Okay. Fair enough then. But I will, because you're not in the guest star thingy-madoogie, weirdly enough, so I'll give you a shout out through the system, so then that way people know where to go when they want to follow you for, hopefully when it's a surprise the next time you go streaming.
Yeah.
As for the end of the night, I see I've not been able to raid into them for a very, very, very long time, but have you guys heard of Dead Anthro before? He's like a Moo kind of character.
Oh yeah, I know Dead Anthro.
Alrighty then. I was thinking of raiding into Dead Anthro. They seem to it's just the first hour so far for their stream, and I thought that would be a good one to raid into.
They're a cool bean. They do some awesome arts of big guys and all sorts of things. So they're definitely worth checking out.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Well, what is the raid message we should use for them?
I don't know.
Because I have my classic one. And then it's, or we can go D&D night with the boys. Roll. Initiate. Hopefully I'm spelling that correctly. No, I didn't spell any of those words correctly. Donk. Alright. That is going to be our raid message. D&D night with the boys. Roll initiative. Hopefully that will make sense. And hopefully all of you will join in with me on that one. Other than that, thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it, especially those who've gone for the longer hours. Strawberry, thank you so much for coming along. Code, thank you for joining us with our D&D night. And for the rest of you, I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, or night as we go and raid into Dead Anthro. Bye for now. And